$1,000.
Yep.
And I was just like counting cash. Like, wait a second, I don't know if this guy had any fucking money at all. I'm not gonna give him $600,000.
How about when the judge in the courts moved it to Rochester, so lawyers had to travel, and John said you guys were intentionally doing that to squeeze him out and cost him money as a bullying tactic when you have him on record saying, I don't care if I win or lose, I just want to squeeze them dry.
Yep. And then in order to try to keep it in Manhattan, he had his mom and Hitman Dan sign off on affidavits
Oh my God.
that they did not write. Anyway, whatever. It's fun. We're going to do it. DabbleCon 3. See you there. May 14th is coming up very soon. So, John got wind of the fact that I was playing the 911 calls. Oh my gosh, how fun were the 911 calls?
It was amazing.
A DoorDasher comes to John's house to deliver a Heineken to him and is persistent that he deliver this Heineken. That's his job.
Feeling good.
And John threatens to beat him up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, after he...
It's like almost 4 a.m. though. Haven't slept yet, so just eating a little midnight snack before bed. How about you, man?
leaves, calls the police, and then a woman shows up with pizza, and he tells the police on her, too. He's giving out makes and models on these delivery people.
Because they're driving away while he's still complaining about
He's
them.
driving back!
Well, good morning to you. Happy Friday.
Oh, can you believe he's a maniac?
Okay.
So, she's still in front of my...
Hopefully it's gonna be a good weekend, man.
You mean Tucson, sir? All right, officer, I don't know everything. So he asked the dispatcher. It was so funny. He's like, just for future reference, am I allowed to be the shit of this guy?
Yeah.
He shows up again, he's like, I don't really know the answer to that, man. I don't...
True, it should be an epic day.
Oh, dispatcher. So, it's very funny because I played the call. We had fun with it. John found out about it, was not happy with me.
And what else?
Yep. Tomorrow's not guaranteed.
I did hear that Lady K was on his show playing my 911 call. You know, it's so funny. Everybody...
By the way, I pay property taxes in Cape Coral, so I feel like I paid for that. You know, the fact that dispatcher is sitting there at that desk and take John's call, I'm partly responsible for that happening, so...
I'll take
have
that.
their own stupid opinions, and this is something that I will not
Yeah.
miss. I think Lady K was trying to make some ridiculous point that, I don't know, all I had to do was, you know, wait until the guy left. I don't know.
Right, that is the point I was trying to make.
The point is, you're ridiculous.
Yeah. John saying, like, maybe he acted like I had a choice in the matter. Of course I had to call the...
It's a hot dog with caramelized onions and cheese and relish.
police. Are you crazy? That's the only thing I...
Chilling. Having a glizzy before bed. Go for an agent.
could have possibly done. So John does this thing that only John can do, where he teeters back and forth between, is he a tough guy or is he a Karen? Is he going to the police with all those little petty problems, or is he going to beat everyone up in the box?
What up, John?
You're in YouTube terms of service. God, why didn't Karmic just say that? Karmic, boxing ring, YouTube terms of service, and it all goes away.
And I don't want to box, I want to kill them.
See, Karmic, that's the problem right there.
What's the
part
problem?
That's the part you're not supposed to say.
I said I digress.
But maybe there's something that happened
I'm in Oregon.
that we don't know about that made it necessary for John to
If it burns when you piss, you should never piss again, man.
call the police.
And I do know that I do have a temper. And it would not end well if I didn't call 911.
Okay, so it was either call the police or beat the shit out of the guy. That makes sense. Those were his two choices. I'm glad you called the police, man. I don't want this DoorDash driver to get beat up just because he was trying to give you a Heineken.
The driver looked pretty scared.
Did look scared though?
You think he called the police to tell on that guy to get that guy punished? He did it to protect him.
Right.
To protect that guy from him.
Chad, you can't get caught calling the police over delivery drivers and then claim to be a tough guy.
Schnitzel.
It doesn't work that way.
Oh no, just grocery store hot dogs.
You're a pussy. It's the only way to interpret those actions. But John thinks he
What up, Solomon? Popeyes sounds good.
only had two choices.
It would have not ended in the proper way. And then all you idiots put it
Hey man, you just never piss again. Problem solved.
there and say I overreacted. So I come to the conclusion that you can't win either way.
Smoking a little za, but I'm all out now.
Right. John's like, guys, obviously we all understand that I can either beat the shit out of this guy or call the police. And so I call the police and you're mad at me, but the alternative would have been bad too.
Dabalicious, super delicious, dabalicious, super delicious. Do you know what year it is, Nerf? Motherfucker said read a book. Don't read books or you'll be stupid like Frodo. Yeah, I keep crying about it. I don't know. I haven't watched any other live streams. But probably gotta be stoned to deal with people, I guess. I'm sure there's some live streams that are sober streams. Well, I hope you have a good time with that. I'm gonna try and smoke less too. I'm gonna maybe try and switch to edibles for a little bit. Hope y'all having a decent day. You too, Rob. Rob. I made all these extra glizzies and I'm not even really craving it. I'm gonna put these in the fucking fridge for later. What the hell are you talking about? What is this witchcraft? Milk and lemon juice. Why would someone drink milk and lemon juice?
Mixing milk and lemon juice causes the acid to curdle the proteins, which is done for several specific reasons. Buttermilk substitute. It is a common quick fix for baking recipes that require acidity to activate baking soda. Cheese making. This is the basic process for creating simple cheeses like ricotta or paneer. Curdling for texture. Some traditional drinks, like a milk punch, use this reaction to clarify the liquid and create a unique mouthfeel. Health remedies. Some people drink it as a traditional.
I'm not doing it, no matter what you say. Well, as long as you focus on your goal, it should be easier to stop smoking, you know. Hope you achieve your goal. You too, Angel. That's most of the people on the that's a lot of people in the comments. A lot of people that are unhappy want to bring their misery to other people. A lot of these kids need dads, and I gotta play the part of their dad, be like their internet stepdad, and raise them right. I appointed Anthony as president, actually. I have the power. Look what they're floating on the internet. What look? Would you guys voting for this? They want this to be the presidential team. That's the president and the vice president in their minds. That's crazy. Ow. What the hell? I feel like I just got bit by a damn spider or some shit. Going to war. 500 cigarettes or dinner with Jay-Z. Damn, I don't even smoke cigarettes, and I'm taking the cigarettes in that case. Probably sell those cigarettes for a lot. Most of the social apps, but I'm trying to take people out of their brainwashing. What's up, M. Delius? Nah, I shove cigarettes up my ass. That's how you get the nicotine faster. If you absorb the cigarettes through your ass, it's all good. Plus, then you don't have to deal with getting your hands all gross smelling from the cigarettes. What up, Gunzilla? Like and subscribe. Open cigs, man. The religion of Islam? Well, you need to watch Dismantling Islam. That's what I think about Islam. I think it's been dismantled. Islam's kind of gay, honestly. Here is Islam. That's true. Yeah, it's actually a max powered cough drop. Yeah, it's got the liquid center. It's strong. What's up, Goopinder? else I can really say. If I have, I'll look it up.
Releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours.
Just getting a little reclaim.
We see a lot of people have.
It happens.
Feel like it is in the world. Bury me and G, my middle finger to the world. Don't fail, be a chick. Just a nigga wanting we can stay on, no biggie. When we get busy, no alarm, just empty. You know I love, let your blood like straight ball. The grave to the grave, ride with my homie cow. Give a damn if you bleed like a call you bitch. Cause like every day struggle, nigga, me and my bitch. It's unbelievable, the suicide. I thought you would get it. I say, fuck me, born and the gun gon' flat. Give me the loot, sorry, you ain't getting one more jam. You know shit, don't stop. Keep me suckin' pressure. Hollin' on it, got the jelly shot. I ain't mad at you, ain't mad at you. Yeah, nigga can't see me. I pay guard, nigga, that much on the walk. You see it, get around any town, kickin' your dough. I feel like pocket big, you love the dough, kickin' your dough.
Feel like I'm rich from Memphis, I can't let the neighbors see this shit. He got blicked again, he ain't read my last message cause he stretched. Terror flip again, we gon' spin every block until he stretched. Bitch, you slick again cause you had went to jail cause you was next. I'm a humble beast, they name nigga beneath me, home with me. Ain't go to college, but he caught his body, that's his first degree. When I got out, I gave him Drake, we got kicked out the double tree. You can fuck on bro, I gotta let him know that you will eat. Say don't kill him, he kill him anyway, that's why I don't like to preach. I'm low key when I'm in the streets, that bitch go black whenever I reach. I'm the voice, so ain't no choice, I say the streets when I release. They can pull up, steal your track, they ain't even catch the high key.
Fuck going on with that?
Okay, starving out ain't fast. Most say when I creep past. Blacked out, I max out. What's saying watch on me cat. We kill niggas, no repass. My mama got like 3 cats. You talking about you ball, nigga. We really getting that 3 cats. Say old money, new work. Smell the cane on my new shirt. My OG said track up and don't lay it in when you do dirt. My mama said do schoolwork. I was making that do work. Niggas wanted me dead. Put a hole all in my head. Man, they been big in the passenger. Hip hop in the passenger. Gon' ride around this neck on me and a bunch of shooters and rappers. Oh, love you a dead man. Headshot when we clap, yo. We sending niggas to the motherland. Night love you a dead man.
Pretty good song. I used to listen to a lot of Lil Durk. It's hard to keep up with him though. You still got that dope green North Face jacket? Yeah, that one right there. Pretty good song. Actually, I'll play my favorite Lil Durk song. Rare. I don't know. It's on eBay. Okay. Yeah, that's one of his earlier songs.
Transition with a formula that has easy to digest proteins and prebiotics. Happy tummy, happy family. Try today.
No.
Bureau Brewing is a non-alcoholic premium beer company founded by John Herman and Tom Holland. We aspire to find the balance.
It'd be too hard to find again. But some things like go out of, out of season. So it's hard to find like older stuff like that.
O-ring cheeseburger from Applebee's. Now on a 2 for $25 menu.
Oh, That's a good jacket for like summertime. It's not super warm. Pretty good song. Big Dope, 8 years ago. What the hell kind of shit's going on over there? Gotta set an alarm. Alright. I'll try and get up early.
Their names into legend, there existed only chaos, a gaping void of nothingness that stretched beyond comprehension. This primordial emptiness contained within itself the potential for all creation, yet remained formless and without substance. From this cosmic abyss emerged the first fundamental forces that would shape the universe, establishing the foundations upon which the realm of the dead would eventually rest. The first entity to manifest from chaos was Erebus, the embodiment of primordial darkness itself. Unlike the mere absence of light that mortals experience during earthly nights, Erebus represented a profound elemental darkness that preceded all
Did he say in the
illumination.
first clip I played? Because Carl thought I should just ignore it and wait for him to go away. Yeah, that's the other thing that we mentioned. That'd be the other thing you could do. Or be polite to the guy and hand him your ID so you can get the Heineken. That's also a thing you could do. But only John is dealing with this kind of shit.
Lady K has not endured the bullying bullshit that I've had to endure.
Oh, you gotta pay your dues?
So, just do it. Shut the fuck up. Okay? You have no idea what it's like to live in my, what it's like to be in my shoes.
To be brain dead? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. John has no idea what he's talking about. Does he think I don't get harassed? I just don't talk about it on the internet. I don't make a big deal about it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore...
But then how will your enemies know which ones to focus on in order to hurt you more if you don't let them know?
That's the best part. It's like, I don't complain about it, therefore John's like, you don't know what this is like. It's like, no, I do. I just am better at dealing with it than you are. You're a fucking moron, and you bring this all on yourself. Howie Mandel had a brilliant statement to John. It just went right over his head.
Yeah. Where you are in life has everything to do with who you are.
Who you are, yeah. And John's
When
like,
I was on the Tonight Show, I don't understand.
yeah, exactly. It's very funny. All right, so let's talk about John getting harassed. This is so rough on him, and it's only happening to him.
You have no idea what it's like to be in my skin and constantly am getting harassed wherever you go. You don't know that, Lady K, because you're part of the reason why I'm getting harassed wherever I go. Because you're too big of a pussy to do it yourself.
Wait, what?
Because you know, if you did it yourself, well, let's say YouTube's terms of service, I'd get you in a boxing ring, and you know how that would end, don't you?
I think we both pass out from exhaustion. Yeah.
It would end with boxing.
I think we'd just be draped over each other like, we're done now. It sucks. Holy shit. He just said, this is the beauty of John Melendez. He's like, you know, Carl, what you should be doing is fucking with me in real life.
Yeah.
Why aren't you following me around, stalking me, and messing with me? That's what you should. If you were a real man, that's what you'd be doing. I'm not going to do any of those things. I do a show over here. We do a show. He doesn't know what he wants.
No.
It's really funny. All right. So, John has some analogies because he doesn't think that what we do over here on WTP is real. He thinks that we're just playing pretend time. This is our pretend show that we have over here on Who Are These Podcasts. By the way, thank you for the over 1,600 people who are watching live right now. Hit the like button.
I remember when I was a kid, when my parents bought a new TV or a washing machine, and we had that big cardboard box, I would pretend, would take the box in my bedroom and pretend that I was an astronaut. But I was smart enough to know that I'm really not an astronaut.
But he's not smart enough to know he's not in Mensa. He could not become a lawyer. He didn't get signed to Atlantic Records on merit.
He's not smart enough to know that mic's not on.
I love that that's his analogy. John plays make-believe all the time. His entire life right now.
He makes believe he can play lead guitar.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Because he starts talking about how he's a musician and I am not.
You are still dumb enough to believe that you're a musician and a broadcaster.
Would play music? Is that the definition of a musician? You play music? I don't know.
You want to get technical with it?
I mean, it's a weird argument to make. I'm not a musician or a broadcaster talking to a lot of people right now. So that seems like broadcasting, but I don't know. Maybe John knows better. Maybe explain it to me.
But we know anybody with a high school diploma, which leaves Shitware and Bob Levy out of the picture, knows
And Howie Mandel, if you found out.
that you're just a dweeb who broadcasts from a panel basement with his mom. End of story. That's all you'll ever be. So you keep pretending and we'll keep giggling behind your back. Because you are a old cat.
Says the man who looks like he was crying all day. Look at his eyes. What's wrong with him? Did you hear what John just said? He goes, you think you're a musician and a broadcaster when all you do is broadcast from your basement.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the diss was. Was it having a wife? Because you beat him on both of those. Is it that you're supposed to do it from upstairs without a wife? Is that winning?
Is it the wood handling that stops it from being a real broadcast? I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at. He just called me a broadcaster. After saying I don't broadcast. Weird. Especially when John starts flexing things that are just provably false.
The proof is in the pudding, Lady K. I am a real radio broadcaster. I'm a real television broadcaster. I'm a real rock and roll star. I'm a real musician.
John just said he's a real musician.
Oh, I thought you said magician.
That's an insane thing for John to think that we've seen him tune his guitar. We've seen his attempt at chords, producer chords. That was his attempt at playing a chord.
That's a chord.
It is technically a chord. So, very funny that John considers himself a rock and roll star. I've seen John's live concerts when he was at the peak of the Southern John Band, and the audience was yelling things like, "Star, you piece of shit!" He wasn't a rock and roll star. He was known from the Howard Stern show. He was the stunt boy and phone screener.
I'm also an astronaut.
Oh wait, that's the thing I'm not. I forgot.
I'm the songwriter that had 3 songs and 3 major film soundtracks. You can't even write an original song.
I think it's beer sales, Jerry. Can you do a little research on this front? God damn it! I put out a whole music special on our podcast feed. I don't know where he got that intel from, but it
Carl
seems
also has
incorrect.
gigs, and you have an album that you're lying about.
That's right. I forgot he's got the new album coming out.
As long as he keeps mixing up the past and the present, he'll continue to beat you, Carl.
That's true. He's got me there. But I just need to end this thing. This is ridiculous.
So please stop embarrassing yourself. You gotta stop at some point.
Welcome to Alaska Airlines. Now flying to Europe and beyond. Lie back, relax, and let your dreams take flight.
What's with all the hands?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom.
Why? There are so many smart influencers who can give advice.
You need an LLC.
A C Corp.
LegalZoom helps you find the best way to start your business.
Really?
For a legal hand to form your business, visit LegalZoom.
You're only kidding yourself. I'm surprised when you were growing up, your parents didn't say, listen, club-footed Carla, come here.
That's what they call me. Mm-hmm.
You can't write any songs. So quit the guitar. Okay? You're not charismatic enough to be a broadcaster. So put down the microphone and go get a real job.
Very funny that he used the word real job when he was the one pretending he worked at an ad agency. Mm-hmm. Did you forget my whole backstory? Does he think that I'm a 16-year-old YouTuber in my parents' basement?
I don't know what he really remembers.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. That's a weird one. Well, my parents did tell me when I started the guitar, and my band sucked when I was in high school, so they were on top of it. They did due diligence.
Yeah, I know you're joking, but I'm curious what psychological effects it would have on a child for their parent to misgender them and tell them they suck at what they love.
You think that'd be a bad thing? You know,
what could possibly happen?
John only has 3 kids that don't talk to him, so I wonder if he knows anything about bad parenting at all. John goes on, he starts cutting deep. Now, that stuff saying, like, my parents should have told me not to broadcast and I can't write music, you know, that stuff obviously very painful for me. But when he starts talking like this, it gets rough.
Get what happened? It was warped. I think the neck was warped. Or it was a Paul Reed Smith, which is for lawyers. It's a hack guitar, Paul Reed Smith. You probably have one.
I have 3 of them. I feel like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. We actually have 2 televisions. John's like, oh, what do you play, a Paul Reed Smith? Yeah. We're fantastic guitars. And play a bunch of them. But he got me good. They're for lawyers. People, I guess, who make money, I suppose. Well, now he's going to go after my parents, which is smart. I agree with this.
Lady K, I'm not going to disparage your parents. I'm sure they were lovely people. But too bad they didn't tell you I'd put down the guitar. I'd put down the microphone and get a real job. Because this ain't working for you.
You're not going to disparage my parents since when?
I know.
He used to love doing that. He used to love putting photos of them up on the social media and making jokes. Now he's like, I'm sure the hamburgers are great people.
He's really concerned about you embarrassing yourself.
I know. I also like that my parents are lecturing me. They're like, son, here's the deal. This is how you gotta live your life. And I'm like, all right, well, you can't stay in my winter home then. I'm cutting you off. You're gonna be jerks about it.
Remember when he called Shuey's dad and Mr. Egar was like, thank you so much for telling me. I'll get right on it.
Not what happened at all. So, this is what the real problem is. And this has been said before, but John actually lays it all out there. This is the reason why we have this version of John Melendez.
But my mother was always supportive of the dude. When I was in the first grade play, little Carrot Seed as the star. And we made it to cable TV. That's right. Young Stuttering John, first grade, on televisions across the tri-state area.
I mean, honestly, you can't make this up. If someone's new to the Dabbleverse or new to John Melendez, and you're like, you gotta watch what this guy says, you're like, what does he do to character? No one would actually brag about their first grade accomplishments. And John, to your credit, I didn't do shit in first grade. I accomplished fucking nothing. Spell a couple words. I knew like probably addition and subtraction, but I was really bad at most everything in life. And the fact that John's like, I was on cable television in the tri-state area.
And he's told this story maybe 60, 70 times, speaking to an audience that he knows every word of this story. He can't help himself. It's all he's got is these memories.
The very first time we ever reviewed Southern John's podcast, he brought this up. I remember going to Kevin, I'm like, Kevin, what the fuck is this guy talking about? It's on the Howard Stern show. Why is he bringing up the fact that in first grade he was in a play?
I did plays in first grade. I can't remember any of them, but I know every beat of John's performance of the Galaxy.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Because, again, if you were watching this, let's say, we got a lot of people in the room right now watching the show. Let's say you've heard about the Dabbleverse, or you're familiar with John Melendez from Howard Stern or something, and you go, what's all this hubbub? Why are people talking about this guy? And you see this clip, you go, oh, well, none of this is real. There's no one who's actually like this in real life.
And we did it in front of all the classes. We did it in the auditorium. And my mother would tell me, she would remind me that I used to help out all the other actors who would forget their lines, because I memorized every one of their lines. Oh, carrots grow from carrot seeds. I'll plant the seed and grow it.
Hello. Oh, what's up?
How is this possible? I mean, this is not good for John. I'm glad he's off the internet. This is in a really bad state. If his brag is like, my mom said I was awesome, and I remember the lyrics to the song I sang in first grade, and I'll prove it to you. And Adam, I know you look like it's not going to get worse. I promise you it is, because John's going to show us that he knows the other songs he didn't even sing on.
Please make it stop.
The story of a little kid and his brother, played by Jeffrey Marichal, would say, yeah, won't grow up. Yeah, won't grow up. Yeah, won't grow up. Your carrot won't grow up.
What the hell?
Robert Fackelman, played by Father. Father knows a lot of things, like little boys like you don't know.
What the hell?
It's unbelievable. This is him
What
singing
the-
that song. Isn't that way he goes about it?
Saber scored.
Oh, don't tell me any updates. God damn it. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Anyway, more from John's final show, I'm sure. But, wow, he really got me good.
If that were Jack Nicholson talking about The Shining, you'd be like, cool, man, look, we gotta go.
We all appreciate you in that.
Yeah, I saw the movie.
Yeah. But yeah, he acts like that was like this amazing accomplishment. Anything you did in first grade, you could probably leave off the resume at some point.
And the fact that he remembers these lyrics and shit, it's crazy.
I worked in restaurants throughout high school and college. That's never the thing I lead with. Oh, really? I suck? Then how come I was able to make a really good medium rare burger? You ever think about that?
You're hired.
I melted that cheese so good the bacon stuck right to it.
He can't remember that vegetables go bad or how, but he remembers that Robert Falcone played the other kid and he has to dox him.
Yeah, right.
Let me see. I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Guess I'll leave my stream on since.
In the beginning, before gods walked among mortals and before heroes carved their names into legend, there existed only chaos, a gaping void of nothingness that stretched beyond comprehension. This primordial emptiness contained within itself the potential for all creation, yet remained formless and without substance. From this cosmic abyss emerged the first fundamental forces that would shape the universe, establishing the foundations upon which the realm of the dead would eventually rest. The first entity to manifest from chaos was Erebus, the embodiment of primordial darkness itself. Unlike the mere absence of light that mortals experience during earthly nights, Erebus represented a profound elemental darkness that preceded all illumination. This darkness was not empty or void, but rather thick with potential and pregnant with the mysteries that would define the boundary between life and death. Erebus possessed a tangible quality, described by ancient sources as a darkness so complete that it seemed to have weight and substance, pressing against the edges of existence itself. Simultaneously with Erebus came Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. Where Erebus was the essence of darkness, Nyx was its active manifestation, the force that brought night's embrace to the cosmos. Ancient Greek cosmogonies describe her as a figure of immense power and terrible beauty, cloaked in star-spangled veils that stretched across the heavens. Her form was both magnificent and fearsome, tall beyond mortal comprehension, with eyes that held the depth of eternal night and skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Even Zeus, the eventual king of the gods, would come to respect and fear her authority, never daring to act against her will directly. The union of Erebus and Nyx was not merely romantic, but cosmological, representing the fundamental marriage of darkness and night that would establish the natural order governing death and sleep. From their coupling emerged numerous offspring, each embodying aspects of the transition between consciousness and unconsciousness, between life and death. Among these children, none were more significant to the establishment of death's domain than the twin brothers Thanatos and Hypnos. Thanatos, the personification of the death itself, emerged as a figure both feared and necessary. Ancient descriptions portray him as a young man of stern countenance, bearing black wings that cast shadows wherever he flew. His appearance was not grotesque or monstrous, as later artistic traditions would sometimes suggest, but rather possessed a cold, implacable beauty that reflected death's inevitability. He carried a sword that could cut the thread of life with surgical precision, and his touch brought the final sleep from which no mortal could awaken. Unlike the violent deaths that would later be associated with war gods or monsters, Thanatos represented peaceful death, the natural conclusion to mortal existence. His twin brother Hypnos embodied sleep, serving as death's gentler counterpart. Where Thanatos brought permanent rest, Hypnos offered temporary reprieve from consciousness. Ancient sources describe him as bearing similar wings to his brother, though his were often depicted as softer, sometimes feathered rather than the bat-like appendages associated with death. Hypnos carried poppies and a horn containing Lethe's waters, which brought forgetfulness and peaceful slumber. His realm bordered that of his brother, and mortals would often pass through sleep's domain before crossing into death's permanent embrace. The relationship between these twin brothers established the fundamental connection between sleep and death that would permeate Greek thought for centuries. Sleep became understood as death's brother, offering mortals a nightly taste of the oblivion that awaited them. This connection was not merely metaphorical, but represented a genuine cosmological relationship. Both brothers served as psychopomps in their own right, guiding souls through transitions of consciousness. The cosmological placement of what would become the underworld required careful consideration of its relationship to the other fundamental realms. Early Greek creation myths describe a universe structured in distinct layers, each with its own characteristics and inhabitants. At the top resided the bright realm of Olympus, where the gods would eventually establish their court. This celestial sphere was characterized by eternal light, ambrosia-scented air, and the golden radiance of divine presence. Below Olympus lay the middle realm of Earth, where mortals would live their brief lives under the open sky. This terrestrial sphere was characterized by the cyclical nature of day and night, the changing seasons, and the constant interplay between life and death. Earth served as the boundary between the divine realm above and the shadowy realm below, making it the natural place where mortals would experience both divine influence and the proximity of death. Beneath Earth, in the deepest foundations of the cosmos, lay the realm that Erebus and Nyx had claimed as their domain. This was not yet the organized underworld that would later be ruled by Hades, but rather the primordial space where darkness and night held sway. Ancient sources describe this realm as existing at the very roots of the world, where the boundaries between different forms of existence became blurred and uncertain. Even deeper than this shadowy realm lay Tartarus, a prison-like abyss that served as the ultimate destination for divine punishment. Tartarus was described as being as far below the underworld as heaven was above the earth, a distance that would take a bronze anvil 9 days to fall. This deepest realm was surrounded by walls of bronze and encircled 3 times by the river Styx, making it inescapable for those condemned to its depths. The relationship between the emerging realm of the dead and Tartarus was crucial, as it established the concept of different levels of punishment and reward in the afterlife. The primordial deities played essential roles in establishing the natural order that would govern both mortal existence and the afterlife. Erebus and Nyx created the fundamental conditions under which death could operate, the darkness that would shroud the dead and the night during which souls would make their transition from life to death. Their influence extended beyond mere environmental conditions to encompass the psychological and spiritual aspects of mortality. Nyx's authority was particularly significant in establishing the natural order. Ancient sources credit her with determining the boundaries between day and night, establishing the rhythm that would govern mortal life. Her chariot, drawn by black horses, would traverse the sky each evening, bringing night's embrace to the world. This daily journey was not merely astronomical, but deeply connected to the cycle of death and rebirth that characterized natural existence. The goddess also possessed prophetic abilities that connected her to the fates of mortals. Her knowledge extended beyond the present moment to encompass the destiny of souls after death. This prophetic aspect would later influence the development of mystery cults and oracular traditions that sought to understand the nature of the afterlife. Her cave, located at the edge of the world where day and night met, became a place where the boundaries between different states of existence were thinnest. Erebus contributed to the natural order by establishing the fundamental darkness that would characterize the realm of the dead. This was not simply the absence of light, but a positive force that provided concealment and mystery. The darkness of Erebus would later become associated with the hidden knowledge of death and the secrets that the dead carried with them into the afterlife. This primordial darkness also provided the medium through which souls could travel between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The establishment of this natural order had profound implications for how mortals would understand their relationship to death. The daily cycle of day and night, governed by Nyx, provided a constant reminder of the transition between consciousness and unconsciousness, between activity and rest. Each sunset became a small death, each dawn a minor resurrection. This cyclical understanding of existence would deeply influence Greek religious thought and funeral practices. The primordial deities also established the concept of inevitability that would characterize death in Greek thought. Unlike later mythological figures who might be bargained with or appeased, Thanatos represented an absolute force that could not be negotiated with or avoided. This inevitability was not cruel, but rather represented the natural order of existence. All things that lived must eventually die, returning to the darkness from which they emerged. The twins Thanatos and Hypnos established specific protocols for how souls would transition from life to death. Sleep became the natural preparation for death, allowing souls to gradually accustom themselves to the separation from bodily existence. Dreams, governed by Hypnos, provided a space where souls could experience something approaching the afterlife, while still maintaining their connection to mortal existence. These primordial arrangements would later influence the development of more complex underworld mythologies. The basic structure established by Erebus, Nyx, and their offspring provided the foundation upon which later rulers of the dead would build their domains. The darkness of Erebus would become the shadowy landscape of the underworld, while the night of Nyx would provide the temporal framework within which souls made their journey to the afterlife. The influence of these primordial deities extended beyond the immediate realm of death to encompass broad aspects of Greek religious and philosophical thought. The relationship between darkness and light, night and day, sleep and death became fundamental organizing principles for understanding human existence. These dualities were not seen as opposing forces, but rather as complementary aspects of a larger cosmic order. The cosmic order established by the primordial deities would face its greatest upheaval, with the rise of the Titans and their subsequent overthrow by the Olympian gods. This monumental conflict, known as the Titanomachy, lasted 10 grueling years and fundamentally reshaped the structure of divine authority throughout the universe. The war's conclusion would directly lead to the transformation of the shadowy realm, governed by Erebus and Nyx, into the organized underworld that would become central to Greek religious thought. The Titanomachy began when Zeus, having reached maturity after being hidden from his father Kronos, returned to challenge the established order. Kronos had devoured his children upon birth, fearing a prophecy that one would overthrow him as he had overthrown his own father, Eurynes. Zeus, saved by his mother Rhea's deception, forced Kronos to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. These 6 Olympians, joined by various allies, including the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, waged war against Kronos and the other Titans who supported his rule. The conflict was unlike anything the cosmos had witnessed. The Titans, led by Kronos, commanded immense power over fundamental forces of nature. Atlas held up the heavens, Prometheus possessed the gift of foresight, and Oceanus controlled the world-encircling river that bore his name. Their stronghold was Mount Othrys, a peak that rivaled Olympus in its majesty and strategic importance. From this fortress, the Titans launched attacks that shook the very foundations of existence, causing earthquakes that split continents and storms that darken the sky for months at a time. The Olympians established their base on Mount Olympus, using its elevated position to coordinate their assault on Titan territory. Zeus wielded thunderbolts forged by the Cyclopes, weapons of such devastating power that their mere presence could split mountains and boil seas. Poseidon commanded earthquakes and tidal waves, while Hades contributed his own formidable abilities, including dominion over the Earth's hidden wealth and the power to become invisible using a helm crafted by the Cyclopes. Hades' role in the Titanomachy demonstrated capabilities that would later serve him well as ruler of the dead. His invisibility helm allowed him to conduct reconnaissance missions deep into Titan territory, gathering intelligence that proved crucial to Olympian strategy. Ancient sources describe him as a methodical warrior who preferred calculated strikes to the more dramatic displays favored by his brothers. While Zeus hurled thunderbolts and Poseidon summoned massive earthquakes, Hades worked from the shadows, undermining Titan fortifications and disrupting their supply lines. The war's turning point came when Zeus freed the 100-handed ones from Tartarus, where Kronos had imprisoned them. These giants, each possessing 50 heads and 100 arms, could hurl boulders with the speed and accuracy of arrows. Their addition to the Olympian forces created an overwhelming advantage in raw destructive power. The final battle saw the earth itself convulsing under the weight of divine combat, with mountains thrown like stones and rivers boiled away by the heat of Zeus's lightning. The defeat of the Titans was total and decisive. Kronos and his supporters were bound in adamantine chains and cast into Tartarus, the deepest abyss of the underworld. The 100-handed ones were appointed as their eternal guards, ensuring that the defeated Titans could never again threaten cosmic stability. This imprisonment established Tartarus not merely as a place of punishment, but as a crucial component of universal order, preventing the return of chaos that would result from Titan liberation. With victory secured, the three brothers faced the monumental task of dividing the cosmos among themselves. The universe consisted of three primary domains: the heavens above, the seas around the earth, and the shadowy realm beneath. Ancient sources describe this division as occurring through the drawing of lots, a method that emphasized fairness and removed personal preference from the decision. This lottery system reflected Greek values regarding justice and the proper distribution of power, even among divine beings. The lots were drawn in a ceremony that established precedent for divine governance. Zeus received the heavens, gaining dominion over the sky, weather, and the celestial realm where the gods would establish their court. His realm encompassed everything from the lowest clouds to the highest stars, including authority over thunder, lightning, and the winds that carried divine messages across the world. This domain positioned him as the natural leader of the Olympian pantheon, though his brothers retained sovereignty within their own spheres. Poseidon drew the lot for the seas, becoming ruler of all waters from the smallest streams to the vast oceans that encircled the earth. His domain included not only the surface waters, but also the underground rivers and springs that connected the world of the living to the realm of the dead. The sea god's authority extended to earthquakes, which the Greeks understood as resulting from Poseidon's movements beneath the ocean floor. His realm was characterized by constant motion and change, reflecting the restless nature of water itself. Hades received the lot for the underworld, a domain that encompassed not only the realm of the dead, but also the earth's hidden wealth. Ancient sources suggest that rather than expressing disappointment at this assignment, Hades recognized the fundamental importance of his new role. The underworld was not merely a repository for the dead, but the foundation upon which all earthly existence rested. Every seed that grew, every precious metal that was mined, every cave that provided shelter fell under his jurisdiction. The acceptance of his role marked Hades' transformation from an Olympian god who participated in celestial affairs to the sovereign ruler of Death's domain. This transition was not merely administrative, but involved a fundamental change in his nature and responsibilities. where his brothers could travel freely between their realms in Olympus, Hades became increasingly bound to his underground kingdom, rarely leaving its confines except on matters of utmost importance. The establishment of Hades' authority required the creation of fundamental laws governing death and the afterlife. These laws had to address the practical challenges of managing the constant flow of souls from the world of the living while maintaining the cosmic balance that prevented chaos from returning. The most crucial of these laws concerned the irreversible nature of death itself. The law of irreversibility established that once a soul had crossed into the underworld, it could not return to the world of the living through normal means. This principle was essential for maintaining the boundary between life and death, preventing the confusion and disorder that would result if the dead could freely return to mortal existence. Ancient sources describe this law as being enforced through both physical and metaphysical barriers that made return impossible without divine intervention. The physical barriers included the rivers that surrounded and flowed through the underworld, each presenting unique challenges to souls attempting unauthorized passage. The river Styx, which formed the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, could only be crossed with proper authorization from underworld authorities. Its waters possessed properties that made them lethal to living beings while serving as a highway for the dead. The metaphysical barriers involved changes that occurred to souls upon death. The process of dying involved the separation of the soul from its physical form, but this separation also altered the soul's fundamental nature. Dead souls lost their ability to interact with the physical world in the same way they had while living, making return to mortal existence impossible without divine intervention that could restore their original nature. Exceptions to the irreversibility law were rare and required specific divine authorization. Heroes like Heracles could enter the underworld while still living, but only with explicit permission from Hades himself, and usually in service of some greater cosmic purpose. Even these exceptions reinforced the law's importance, as they required extraordinary circumstances and divine approval to occur. The establishment of these fundamental laws also addressed the question of judgment and punishment in the afterlife. Hades instituted a system whereby souls would be evaluated based on their actions during mortal life, with appropriate rewards or punishments assigned accordingly. This system required the appointment of judges who possessed the wisdom and impartiality necessary to evaluate mortal souls fairly. The creation of underworld infrastructure began with the appointment of key figures who would assist Hades in managing his vast domain. The most crucial of these appointments was Charon, the ferryman who would transport souls across the river Styx. Charon was not a god, but rather a demon, a divine being of lesser status who specialized in the specific function of soul transportation. Ancient descriptions of Charon portray him as an elderly figure with a long, unkempt beard and eyes that burned like coals in their sockets. His appearance was deliberately intimidating, designed to impress upon newly dead souls the gravity of their transition from life to death. He wore a dark cloak that seemed to absorb light, and his boat was constructed from materials that existed only in the underworld, making it capable of navigating waters that would destroy ordinary vessels. Charon's appointment established the economic principle that would govern many underworld transactions. The ferryman required payment for his services, traditionally in the form of a coin placed in the mouth of the deceased during funeral preparations. This payment system served multiple purposes. It ensured that proper funeral rites had been performed, provided Charon with compensation for his eternal service, and created a barrier that prevented unprepared souls from entering the underworld prematurely. The ferryman's authority was absolute within his specific domain. Even gods seeking to cross the Styx had to negotiate with Charon. Though they might receive different treatment than mortal souls, his boat could accommodate varying numbers of passengers depending on circumstances, but he maintained strict control over who could board and when crossings would occur. The appointment of judges represented another crucial aspect of underworld infrastructure. Hades selected 3 figures renowned for their wisdom and justice during their mortal lives: Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus. Each had demonstrated exceptional judgment and moral authority while living, making them ideal candidates for evaluating souls in the afterlife. Minos, the legendary king of Crete, was appointed as the chief judge due to his reputation for wise legislation and fair governance. Ancient sources describe him as a figure who could discern truth from falsehood with supernatural accuracy, making him ideally suited to evaluate the complex moral situations that souls presented. His court was established at the entrance to the underworld proper, where he would conduct preliminary evaluations of arriving souls. Rhadamanthus, Minos' brother, was assigned responsibility for judging souls from the eastern regions of the world. His reputation for inflexible justice made him particularly suited to cases involving clear moral violations. Ancient sources describe his judgments as swift and decisive, with little tolerance for excuses or mitigating circumstances. His court specialized in cases where the moral issues were straightforward and the appropriate punishment or reward was obvious. Iacchus, the third judge, was assigned responsibility for souls from northern regions and served as an arbiter in cases where Minos and Rhadamanthus disagreed. His reputation for fairness and his ability to see multiple perspectives made him valuable in complex cases that required careful consideration of competing moral claims. His court also handled administrative matters related to underworld governance. The establishment of these judicial positions created a systematic approach to afterlife justice that reflected Greek values regarding proper governance and moral accountability. The judges operated under Hades' ultimate authority, but possessed significant autonomy in their specific areas of responsibility. Their decisions determined whether souls would be sent to Elysium for eternal happiness, to Tartarus for punishment, or to the neutral fields of Asphodel for ordinary existence. The infrastructure development also included the creation of geographical divisions within the underworld that corresponded to different types of afterlife experience. Elysium was established as a paradise for heroes and those who had lived exceptionally virtuous lives. This realm was characterized by eternal spring, abundant food, and freedom from the sufferings that marked mortal existence. The fields of Asphodel were created for ordinary souls who had lived neither particularly virtuous nor particularly wicked lives, providing a neutral existence that mirrored aspects of mortal life without its physical limitations. Tartarus was reorganized from its original function as a prison for defeated titans to serve as a place of punishment for souls who had committed serious crimes during their mortal lives. The expansion of Tartarus required careful planning to accommodate both its original divine prisoners and the flow of condemned souls that would arrive from the mortal world. Different sections were created for different types of punishment, with the severity and nature of torment matching the crimes committed during life. The newly established order of Hades' underworld kingdom would face its most significant transformation through events that began not in the shadowy depths of his realm, but in the sun-drenched meadows of Sicily. The island, known for its fertile volcanic soil and abundant wildflower fields, had become a favoured gathering place for the younger generation of goddesses who delighted in collecting blossoms for garlands and offerings. Among these divine maidens was Persephone, daughter of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest. Persephone possessed a beauty that seemed to embody the very essence of spring itself. Ancient sources describe her as having skin like fresh cream, with a luminous quality that suggested she had absorbed sunlight and transformed it into radiance. Her hair flowed in waves of golden brown, often adorned with flowers that seemed to bloom more vibrantly in her presence. Her eyes held the deep green of new growth, and her voice carried the melodic quality of streams flowing over smooth stones. When she walked through fields, wildflowers would lift their heads toward her, as if drawn by an invisible force, and even the most stubborn seeds would sprout at her touch. The young goddess had spent countless mornings in the company of her companions, including the daughters of Oceanus and various nymphs who served her mother's agricultural domains. Their activities centered around the collection of flowers for the elaborate garlands that would adorn temples and altars throughout the Mediterranean world. These gatherings were not merely recreational, but served important religious functions, as the flowers they collected would be used in ceremonies honoring the gods and ensuring agricultural prosperity. On the fateful morning that would alter the cosmic order, Persephone had ventured slightly apart from her companions to examine a particularly striking narcissus flower. The bloom was unlike any she had encountered before. Its petals possessed an almost supernatural whiteness, and its fragrance carried hints of otherworldly sweetness that seemed to pull at her consciousness. Ancient accounts describe this flower as having been specially created by Gaia, the earth herself, as part of a divine conspiracy to facilitate what was about to occur. The narcissus had been positioned with careful precision in a meadow that appeared ordinary, but actually served as a thin point between the upper world and Hades' domain below. The ground beneath this particular field contained caves and fissures that extended deep into the earth, providing natural pathways between the surface world and the underworld. Gaia had selected this location because the geological conditions would allow for the dramatic emergence that Hades required for his plan. Hades had been observing Persephone for some time, though the exact duration of his interest varies among ancient sources. His first glimpse of her had occurred during one of his rare visits to the surface world, when matters concerning precious metals and underground springs required his personal attention. The sight of her dancing among spring flowers had struck him with unprecedented force, creating within him a longing that transcended his usual detached approach to emotional matters. The Lord of the Underworld was not accustomed to such feelings. His existence had been defined by duty, authority, and the solemn responsibilities of governing the dead, the constant presence of souls seeking judgment, the administrative demands of managing underworld infrastructure, and the weight of maintaining cosmic balance had left little room for personal desires. Yet Persephone's presence had awakened something within him that he had not known existed, a hunger for companionship that went beyond mere physical attraction. His observations of Persephone had revealed her to be more than merely beautiful. She possessed a natural authority over growing things that complemented his dominion over the Earth's hidden aspects. Where he controlled the underground realm from which all plant life drew sustenance, she embodied the surface expression of that same life force. This complementary relationship suggested to Hades that their union would create a more complete dominion over the Earth's dual nature. The decision to abduct rather than court Persephone was influenced by several factors that Hades considered carefully. Traditional courtship would have required approaching Demeter for permission, and the agricultural goddess had already demonstrated protective instincts regarding her daughter that bordered on possessiveness. Demeter had refused several previous suitors, including Apollo and Ares, declaring that Persephone was too young and too important to her agricultural duties to consider marriage. Furthermore, Hades understood that his realm's nature would make conventional courtship difficult. He could not offer Persephone the bright palaces and sunny gardens that other gods might provide. His kingdom, while magnificent in its own way, was fundamentally a realm of shadows and mysteries that might seem forbidding to someone accustomed to meadows and sunshine. The abduction would allow him to demonstrate the underworld's hidden beauty and convince Persephone of their compatibility without the interference of her overprotective mother. The actual abduction occurred with the sudden violence of a natural catastrophe. As Persephone bent to pluck the supernatural Narcissus, the earth beneath her feet began to tremble and crack. The sound was not the gentle rumbling of a distant earthquake, but the sharp, decisive crack of stone splitting under enormous pressure. Fissures appeared in the meadow surface, spreading outward from the Narcissus in a web-like pattern that suggested some massive force was pushing upward from below. The ground split open with a roar that echoed across the entire island, causing birds to take flight and animals to flee in terror. From the gaping chasm emerged Hades' chariot, drawn by 4 immortal horses whose coats were the deep black of underground caverns. These were not ordinary steeds, but creatures born from the earth itself, capable of galloping through solid rock as easily as across open fields. Their eyes burned with an inner fire that suggested they drew their life force from the volcanic activity that lay beneath Sicily's surface. Hades himself appeared in his full regalia as Lord of the Underworld. He wore a crown of dark metal that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, and his robes flowed around him like living shadows. His face bore the stern expression of absolute authority, but his eyes revealed the intensity of his desire for Persephone. The helm of invisibility hung at his side, and in his hand he carried a staff topped with precious stones that glowed with their own internal light. The god's appearance was both magnificent and terrifying. His skin had the pale quality of someone who spent little time under the sun, but it possessed a luminous quality that suggested inner power rather than weakness. His hair was dark as the deepest cave, and his build suggested someone accustomed to the weight of enormous responsibility. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of someone whose commands were never questioned and whose judgments were final. Persephone's reaction to this sudden appearance was one of shock and incomprehension, rather than immediate terror. The speed of events left her little time to process what was happening, as Hades reached down from his chariot and lifted her from the ground with surprising gentleness, despite the dramatic circumstances. His touch was warm rather than cold, contradicting expectations about the nature of death's ruler, and his grip was firm but not painful. The chariot's ascent from the underworld had created a temporary bridge between the realms, but this connection could not be maintained indefinitely without disrupting the cosmic balance. Hades was acutely aware that he had only moments to complete the abduction before the earth would seal itself again. He spoke to Persephone briefly, his words lost to history, but apparently intended to reassure her that she was in no immediate danger despite the shocking circumstances of their meeting. The horses responded to their master's urgency, wheeling the chariot in a tight circle before plunging back toward the chasm from which they had emerged. Persephone's cries for help echoed across the meadow, reaching her companions who had been gathering flowers some distance away. By the time they turned toward the sound, they could see only the chariot disappearing into the earth and the great crack beginning to seal itself as if the ground were healing from a wound. The earth's closure was not instantaneous, but occurred with deliberate finality. The edges of the chasm drew together like the closing of enormous stone lips, erasing all evidence of the supernatural event except for the scattered flowers that Persephone had dropped during her abduction. Even the remarkable narcissus that had served as bait disappeared, leaving only ordinary blooms to mark the spot where the goddess of spring had been taken into the realm of the dead. Persephone's companions rushed to the site of the abduction, but found no trace of what had occurred beyond the disturbed earth and the lingering scent of otherworldly flowers. Their attempts to dig into the ground proved futile, as the earth had returned to its normal consistency and showed no signs of the massive disruption they had witnessed. The nymphs and goddesses who had accompanied Persephone were left with only their testimony of impossible events and the growing certainty that their beloved companion had been taken beyond their ability to rescue. The news of Persephone's disappearance reached Demeter through the frantic reports of the surviving companions. The agricultural goddess had been attending to matters in distant fields when the abduction occurred, and the initial reports seemed so incredible that she at first refused to believe them. The idea that someone would dare to abduct her daughter, and that the earth itself would participate in such an act, struck her as impossible. Demeter's initial disbelief quickly transformed into desperate action as the reality of her daughter's disappearance became undeniable. Her search began in Sicily, where she questioned every nymph, river god, and local deity who might have witnessed the event. The goddess employed her authority over growing things to compel plants and trees to reveal what they had observed. But even nature's testimony could provide only fragmentary glimpses of the supernatural abduction. The agricultural goddess's search expanded beyond Sicily to encompass the entire Mediterranean world. She travelled in disguise, taking the form of an elderly woman to avoid recognition while she questioned mortals and immortals alike about any unusual events they might have witnessed. Her journey took her to remote islands, mountain peaks, and hidden valleys where she hoped to find some trace of her missing daughter. As days turned to weeks without success, Demeter's emotional state began to affect her divine responsibilities. The goddess of agriculture found herself unable to concentrate on the seasonal cycles that required her constant attention. Crops that should have been ripening remained green and immature, while others withered prematurely as her distracted state disrupted the natural rhythms she normally maintained with unconscious precision. The first signs of agricultural disruption appeared in regions most closely associated with Demeter's worship. Temple gardens that had always flourished began to show signs of neglect, not from lack of human care, but from the absence of divine attention that had previously sustained them. Grain fields that should have been golden with approaching harvest remained stubbornly green, while fruit trees dropped their blossoms without producing the expected yield. Demeter's neglect of her duties was not intentional, but rather the inevitable result of her overwhelming grief and desperation. Her divine nature was so thoroughly integrated with agricultural processes that her emotional state directly influenced the natural world's productivity. The goddess found herself unable to separate her personal anguish from her cosmic responsibilities, creating a feedback loop that intensified both her suffering and the world's agricultural problems. The disruption gradually spread beyond individual regions to affect entire kingdoms that depended on predictable seasonal cycles. Farmers who had planted their crops according to traditional timing found their fields producing nothing but withered stalks and empty husks. Orchards that had provided fruit for generations stood bare, their branches heavy with leaves but devoid of the blossoms that should have preceded harvest. The failure of crops created immediate practical problems for mortal populations who depended on agriculture for survival. Granaries that should have been filling with the season's harvest remained empty, while livestock found themselves without adequate fodder to sustain them through the approaching winter. Trade networks that depended on agricultural surplus began to collapse as regions that normally exported food found themselves unable to feed their own populations. Demeter's search continued despite the mounting evidence of agricultural failure throughout the mortal world. Her maternal instincts overrode her sense of cosmic responsibility, driving her to pursue increasingly desperate measures in her attempt to locate Persephone. She consulted oracles, bargained with minor deities for information, and even descended into caves and underground passages in case her daughter had been hidden in some earthly location. The goddess's investigation eventually led her to question Helios, the sun god whose daily journey across the sky provided him with a comprehensive view of earthly events. Helios had indeed witnessed the abduction, but his initial reluctance to become involved in what he perceived as a family dispute had kept him silent. Only when confronted directly by Demeter's desperate pleas did he reveal what he had observed from his celestial vantage point. Helios's account confirmed the companion's testimony, while providing crucial additional details about the abduction's true nature. The sun god identified Hades as the perpetrator and explained that the lord of the underworld had acted with Zeus's tacit approval. This revelation transformed Demeter's understanding of events from a simple kidnapping to a complex conspiracy involving the highest levels of divine authority. The knowledge that Zeus had sanctioned her daughter's abduction filled Demeter with a rage that surpassed even her grief. The king of the gods had not only failed to protect Persephone, but had actively facilitated her removal from the world of the living. This betrayal by her own brother struck Demeter as a violation of the most fundamental bonds of family loyalty and divine responsibility. Demeter's confrontation with Zeus occurred in the Great Hall of Olympus, where the king of the gods attempted to justify his decision in terms of cosmic necessity and political advantage. Zeus argued that the marriage between Hades and Persephone would strengthen the bonds between the Olympian gods and create a more stable divine hierarchy. He pointed out that Hades was one of the three brothers who had divided the cosmos deserved a consort of appropriate status and power. The agricultural goddess rejected Zeus's arguments with a fury that shook the foundations of Olympus itself. She declared that no political consideration could justify the traumatic abduction of her innocent daughter, and that Zeus's failure to consult her about the marriage demonstrated a fundamental disrespect for her maternal rights and divine authority. Her anger manifested in ways that affected the entire celestial realm, causing the ambrosia gardens to wither and the golden halls to lose their luster. Zeus's attempts at reconciliation failed to mollify Demeter's rage, leading to her dramatic decision to withdraw entirely from her agricultural responsibilities until Persephone was returned. This was not merely a threat, but a fundamental alteration of her divine nature that would have consequences extending far beyond the immediate dispute. By abandoning her role as goddess of agriculture, Demeter was essentially declaring war on the established cosmic order. The agricultural goddess's withdrawal created an immediate crisis that affected both mortal and divine realms. The complete cessation of plant growth meant that the natural cycles upon which all life depended had been suspended indefinitely. Trees stopped producing leaves, grass ceased growing, and even the hardiest weeds withered and died as Demeter's life-giving power was withdrawn from the world. The crisis deepened as stored food supplies began to dwindle without the possibility of replenishment. Mortal populations faced the prospect of universal starvation, while even the gods found their usual offerings from human worshippers reduced to nothing. The economic and social structures that depended on agricultural surplus collapsed, creating widespread chaos that threatened the stability of entire civilizations. Zeus found himself facing a crisis that challenged his authority as king of the gods. The other Olympians began to question his judgment in approving Hades' abduction plan, while mortal populations threatened to abandon their worship of gods who seemed indifferent to their suffering. The king of the gods realized that he would need to find a solution that satisfied Demeter's demands, while preserving the marriage alliance he'd arranged. The diplomatic solution required delicate negotiations that took into account the legitimate interests of all parties involved. Zeus could not simply order Hades to return Persephone without undermining the Lord of the Underworld's authority and creating dangerous precedents regarding divine marriages. Similarly, he could not ignore Demeter's maternal rights or the practical necessity of restoring agricultural productivity to prevent universal catastrophe. The negotiations were complicated by the discovery that Persephone had consumed pomegranate seeds while in the underworld, an act that created mystical bonds tying her to Hades' realm. Ancient sources vary regarding whether this consumption was voluntary or the result of trickery, but its consequences were clear. Anyone who ate food from the underworld became permanently connected to that realm and could not return to the world of the living without divine intervention. The pomegranate seeds represented more than simple sustenance, but carried symbolic significance related to fertility, death, and rebirth. The fruit's numerous seeds had long been associated with the abundance of life, while its deep red color suggested the blood that connected all living things. By consuming seeds from the underworld's version of this fruit, Persephone had unknowingly participated in a binding ritual that gave Hades legitimate claim to her presence in his realm. The final negotiated settlement established Persephone's dual role as both Queen of the Underworld and Goddess of Spring through a carefully crafted compromise that addressed the concerns of all parties. Persephone would spend 1/3 of each year in the Underworld as Hades' consort and queen, during which time she would exercise full authority over the realm of the dead and participate in the governance of afterlife affairs. For the remaining 2/3 of each year, Persephone would return to the world of the living to resume her role as a goddess of vegetation and renewal. During these periods, she would work alongside her mother to ensure proper agricultural cycles and maintain the fertility that sustained mortal life. This arrangement provided Hades with the companionship he desired, while allowing Demeter to maintain her maternal relationship with her daughter. The establishment of this cyclical arrangement created the mythological explanation for the changing seasons that would become central to Greek understanding of natural rhythms. Persephone's annual descent to the underworld coincided with the onset of winter, when plant life entered dormancy and the earth appeared to die. Her return to the surface world marked the beginning of spring, when life renewed itself and agricultural productivity resumed. The seasonal cycle reflected the deeper truth that life and death were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of a larger natural order. Persephone's dual nature as both queen of the underworld and goddess of spring embodied this fundamental relationship, demonstrating how death and renewal were eternally connected in the cosmic scheme. Her annual journey between realms became a powerful symbol of hope, suggesting that even death was not final but part of an eternal cycle of transformation. The resolution of the crisis also led to the establishment of the Eleusinian Mysteries, religious ceremonies that would become among the most important and secretive rites in the ancient world. These mysteries were founded at Eleusis, where Demeter had paused during her search for Persephone and received hospitality from the local royal family. The goddess rewarded their kindness by teaching them sacred rites that promised initiates a blessed afterlife and deeper understanding of the relationship between life and death. The establishment of Persephone's dual role as queen of the underworld necessitated a complete reorganization of Hades' realm, transforming it from a functional repository for the dead into a sophisticated kingdom worthy of divine royalty. This transformation required careful attention to both the practical needs of governing countless souls and the ceremonial requirements of maintaining divine authority. The resulting geography and architecture reflected the complex nature of death itself, simultaneously terrifying and magnificent, alien yet familiar to mortal sensibilities. The underworld's geography was fundamentally defined by its 5 great rivers, each serving distinct functions in the processing and management of souls, making the transition from life to death. These waterways were not merely geographical features, but active participants in the underworld's operation, possessing their own consciousness and divine authority that complemented Hades' overall governance. The rivers formed an interconnected network that channeled souls through various stages of their afterlife journey, while maintaining the barriers that prevented unauthorized movement between different regions of the realm. The river Styx commanded the most prominent position in this aquatic hierarchy, serving as the primary boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Ancient sources describe the Styx as a massive waterway that encircled the entire underworld 9 times, creating concentric rings of protection that made escape virtually impossible. The river's waters possessed a dark, mirror-like surface that reflected not the appearance of things but their true nature, revealing the moral character of souls who gazed into its depths. The Styx's most significant characteristic was its role in divine oaths, a function that extended far beyond the underworld's boundaries to encompass all levels of divine society. When gods swore by the Styx, they invoked powers that could not be revoked or circumvented through clever interpretation. The river goddess who personified these waters possessed the authority to enforce such oaths through punishments that even Zeus could not override, making the Styx a neutral arbiter in disputes between divine powers. The physical properties of the Styx created unique challenges for both living beings and souls attempting to cross its waters. The river's current moved with supernatural force, capable of sweeping away anything that entered without proper authorization. Its temperature fluctuated between extremes that would have been lethal to mortals, while its chemical composition included elements that existed nowhere else in the cosmos. These properties made the Styx impassable except at designated crossing points where Charon maintained his ferry operations. The ferryman's domain extended along specific stretches of the Styx, where the river's depth and current allowed for safe navigation. These crossing points were marked by stone piers that extended into the water, constructed from materials quarried deep within the underworld itself. The piers were designed to accommodate Charon's boat, while providing waiting areas for souls preparing to make the crossing. Each pier bore inscriptions in ancient scripts that outlined the rules governing passage and the penalties for attempting unauthorized crossings. Charon's boat was itself a marvel of underworld engineering, constructed from wood that had never seen sunlight and reinforced with metals that could withstand the Styx's corrosive properties. The vessel's design allowed it to carry varying numbers of passengers depending on circumstances, expanding or contracting through supernatural means that reflected the ferryman's divine authority. The boat's interior was lined with materials that provided comfort for souls while maintaining the somber atmosphere appropriate to their transition from life to death. The River Lethe flowed parallel to the Styx, but served an entirely different function in the underworld's operations. Where the Styx maintained boundaries and enforced divine law, Lethe offered forgetfulness to souls burdened by traumatic memories from their mortal existence. The river's waters possessed the unique property of selectively erasing memories, allowing souls to forget specific experiences while retaining their essential identity and moral character. Ancient descriptions of Lethe portray it as a gentler waterway than the Styx, with clear waters that sparkled with an inner light suggesting peace and tranquility. The river's banks were lined with poppies and other flowers associated with sleep and forgetfulness, creating an atmosphere of calm that contrasted sharply with the more forbidding aspects of other underworld regions. Souls who drank from Lethe's waters experienced immediate relief from the emotional pain that often accompanied their transition to death. The administration of Lethe's waters required careful oversight to prevent abuse of its memory-erasing properties. Hades appointed specific guardians to monitor the river and ensure that souls received appropriate doses of forgetfulness based on their individual needs and circumstances. Some souls required complete erasure of traumatic memories, while others needed only partial forgetfulness that allowed them to retain important lessons learned during mortal life. The river's therapeutic properties extended beyond simple memory erasure to include healing of psychological wounds that might otherwise prevent souls from adapting to their new existence. Souls who had suffered extreme trauma during life could find peace through carefully controlled exposure to Lethe's waters, allowing them to participate fully in underworld society without being paralyzed by past experiences. This healing function made Lethe an essential component of the underworld's rehabilitation programs for damaged souls. The River Acheron served as the primary transportation route for souls traveling deeper into the underworld after completing their initial processing at the Styx. This waterway was characterized by its mournful atmosphere, with waters that seemed to absorb and amplify the sorrow of souls who traveled upon its surface. The river's name, meaning woe or sorrow, reflected its function as a conduit for the grief that naturally accompanied the transition from life to death. Acheron's course wound through multiple regions of the underworld, connecting various administrative centers and judgment facilities that souls needed to visit during their afterlife processing. The river's depth varied significantly along its length, creating natural pools where souls could rest during their journey, and rapids that accelerated travel between distant locations. Ferry services operated along Acheron's length, though these were managed by different operators than Charon's Styx crossing. The architectural features along Acheron's banks reflected the river's sorrowful nature while providing necessary infrastructure for soul management. Waiting areas were constructed with materials that absorbed sound, creating zones of contemplative silence where souls could process their emotions before continuing their journey. These facilities included gardens planted with cypress trees and other vegetation associated with mourning, providing natural beauty that acknowledged grief while offering hope for eventual healing. The river cocytus specialized in handling souls whose deaths had been particularly traumatic or who required extended periods of lamentation before they could accept their new status. The river's name meant lamentation, and its waters carried the sound of weeping that could be heard throughout surrounding regions of the underworld. This constant sound served both as a release valve for accumulated grief and as a reminder to other souls of the emotional processing that death required. Cocytus flowed through regions of the underworld specifically designed for therapeutic mourning, where souls could express their grief without restraint or judgment. These areas included amphitheaters where souls could share their stories with others who had experienced similar losses, and private chambers where individual souls could work through their emotions at their own pace. The river's waters possessed properties that amplified emotional expression while providing cathartic relief from accumulated sorrow. The management of Cocytus required specialized personnel trained in grief counseling and emotional therapy. Hades appointed former mortals who had demonstrated exceptional wisdom in dealing with loss during their lifetimes, giving them divine authority to guide souls through the mourning process. These counselors worked in conjunction with the river's natural properties to ensure that souls received appropriate support while avoiding prolonged wallowing in self-pity that might impede their adjustment to afterlife existence. The river Phlegethon presented the most dramatic contrast to the other underworld waterways, carrying liquid fire instead of ordinary water through regions designated for purification and punishment. The river's flames burned with supernatural intensity that could consume spiritual impurities without destroying the essential nature of souls subjected to its effects. This purifying fire served multiple functions within the underworld's judicial system, from cleansing minor moral stains to providing punishment for more serious offences. Phlegethon's course ran primarily through Tartarus and other regions designated for punishment, though smaller tributaries extended into areas where purification rather than punishment was the primary goal, as rivers' flames varied in intensity depending on their specific function, ranging from gentle warmth that provided comfort to intense conflagrations that could break down the most stubborn moral corruption. The control of these variations required constant divine oversight to ensure appropriate treatment for each soul. The architectural challenges posed by a river of fire necessitated unique construction techniques and materials found nowhere else in the cosmos. Buildings along Phlegethon's banks were constructed from stones that could withstand supernatural heat while maintaining structural integrity over cosmic time periods. These structures included furnaces where souls underwent purification processes, workshops where punishments were administered, and cooling chambers where souls could recover from their fiery treatments. The interconnection between these 5 rivers created a comprehensive network that facilitated the movement of souls throughout the underworld, while maintaining appropriate security and administrative control. Canals and smaller waterways connected the major rivers, allowing for efficient transportation between different regions without compromising the unique functions of each primary waterway. These connections were carefully engineered to prevent contamination between different types of water, while enabling necessary communication and coordination. The underworld's regional divisions reflected the complex moral and administrative requirements of governing the afterlife, with each area designed to serve specific types of souls and particular aspects of post-mortem existence. The Asphodel Meadows occupied the largest portion of the underworld's territory, serving as the primary residence for souls who had lived ordinary lives without exceptional virtue or notable wickedness. This vast region was designed to accommodate the majority of human souls, while providing them with a meaningful existence that acknowledged their mortal experiences. The Asphodel Meadows were characterized by their neutral atmosphere, neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, reflecting the moral status of their inhabitants. The landscape consisted of endless fields covered with asphodel flowers, plants that symbolized the connection between life and death, while providing natural beauty without excessive luxury. The flowers never fully bloomed nor completely withered, maintaining a state of eternal potential that mirrored the suspended existence of souls who dwelt among them. The architecture within the Asphodel Meadows emphasized functionality and comfort rather than grandeur or punishment. Residential areas consisted of simple but well-constructed buildings that provided privacy and dignity for individual souls while facilitating community interaction. Public spaces included forums, where souls could gather for discussion and entertainment, libraries containing records of mortal achievements, and workshops where souls could pursue activities that had brought them satisfaction during life. The administrative infrastructure of the Asphodel Meadows required careful planning to manage the constant influx of new souls while maintaining order among existing residents. Processing centers near the region's borders handled initial orientation for newly arrived souls, providing them with information about their new existence and helping them locate appropriate housing and activities. These facilities were staffed by experienced souls who had adapted successfully to afterlife existence and could provide guidance to newcomers. Elysium represented the underworld's most luxurious region, reserved for heroes, exceptionally virtuous individuals, and those who had earned divine favor through their mortal actions. This paradise was designed to provide eternal happiness and fulfillment for souls who had demonstrated extraordinary moral character or achieved remarkable accomplishments during their earthly existence. The region's geography and architecture reflected its function as a reward for exceptional merit. The landscape of Elysium featured perpetual spring weather with gentle breezes, abundant sunshine, and fertile soil that produced magnificent gardens without requiring cultivation. Rivers of nectar and ambrosia flowed through the region, providing divine sustenance that maintained the blessed souls in perfect health and vigor. The natural beauty of Elysium surpassed anything found in the mortal world, with flowers that sang melodious songs and trees that bore fruit of indescribable sweetness. The architectural marvels of Elysium included palaces and temples, constructed from materials that seemed to generate their own light, creating an atmosphere of divine radiance that reflected the blessed status of the region's inhabitants. These structures were designed not merely for beauty, but to facilitate the highest forms of intellectual and artistic achievement, with libraries containing all knowledge, theatres where perfect performances occurred continuously, and workshops where souls could pursue creative endeavours with unlimited resources and divine inspiration. The social organization of Elysium allowed blessed souls to interact with heroes and demigods from throughout history, creating communities of exceptional individuals who could share their experiences and continue their development despite their departure from mortal existence. These interactions were facilitated by gathering spaces designed to accommodate souls from different time periods and cultural backgrounds, with translation facilities that allowed perfect communication regardless of linguistic differences. Tartarus occupied the deepest regions of the underworld, serving as both a prison for divine criminals and a place of punishment for souls who had committed serious moral offences during their mortal lives. The region's geography reflected its punitive function, with landscapes designed to facilitate various forms of corrective treatment while maintaining absolute security against escape attempts. The architecture of Tartarus emphasized containment and control while providing facilities for the administration of justice. The physical barriers surrounding Tartarus included walls of adamantine that rose to impossible heights, reinforced by magical wards that prevented both physical and spiritual escape. These fortifications were patrolled by the 100-handed ones, whose supernatural vigilance ensured that no prisoner could exploit weaknesses in the security system. The walls were punctuated by gates that could only be opened through specific divine authorization, creating multiple checkpoints that controlled access to different sections of the punishment realm. Within Tartarus, different areas were designated for different types of punishment, each designed to address specific moral failings while working toward eventual rehabilitation of the condemned souls. Some sections featured endless labor that taught the value of honest work, while others involved confrontation with the consequences of past actions through carefully constructed scenarios that promoted moral understanding. The most severe punishments were reserved for those who had committed crimes against the gods themselves. The Palace of Hades and Persephone served as the administrative and ceremonial center of the entire underworld, reflecting their dual nature as both terrifying judges and benevolent rulers. The structure's design incorporated elements that acknowledged both the fearsome aspects of death and the hopeful possibilities of renewal and rebirth. The palace's architecture demonstrated the sophisticated engineering capabilities available to divine powers while creating an atmosphere appropriate to the governance of the afterlife. The palace's exterior presented an imposing facade constructed from black marble that seemed to absorb light while generating its own subtle luminescence. The building's proportions were designed to inspire awe and respect rather than fear, with columns that rose to tremendous heights supporting a roof adorned with precious metals and gems that created patterns representing the constellations visible from the underworld. The main entrance was guarded by Cerberus, whose presence served both as security and as a symbol of the palace's authority. The interior spaces of the palace were designed to accommodate both the practical requirements of governing the underworld and the ceremonial needs of divine royalty. The throne room featured dual thrones that reflected the equal authority of Hades and Persephone, with Hades' throne carved from obsidian and adorned with symbols of his dominion over precious metals, while Persephone's throne was crafted from materials that changed with the seasons, reflecting her dual nature as queen of the underworld and goddess of spring. Administrative areas within the palace included record-keeping facilities that maintained detailed information about every soul in the underworld, courtrooms where complex cases were adjudicated, and meeting chambers where Hades consulted with his various officials and advisors. These spaces were designed for efficiency and dignity, with architectural features that facilitated the serious work of governance while maintaining the atmosphere of divine authority necessary for effective rule. The palace gardens represented one of the most remarkable features of the entire structure, demonstrating Persephone's influence on her new domain, while providing a connection to the world of the living. These gardens featured plants that could thrive in the underworld's unique conditions, including varieties that existed nowhere else in the cosmos. The gardens served both as private retreat spaces for the royal couple and as diplomatic venues where they could receive visitors in settings that emphasized the beauty and sophistication of their realm. The sophisticated infrastructure of Hades' palace and the careful organization of the underworld's geographical regions created the foundation for what would become the most comprehensive system of divine justice ever established in Greek mythology. The administration of this system required judicial authorities who possessed not only the wisdom to evaluate complex moral situations, but also the absolute impartiality necessary to render decisions that would determine souls' eternal fates. The selection of these judges represented one of Hades' most crucial administrative decisions, as their verdicts would shape the underworld's reputation for fairness and establish precedents that would influence divine justice throughout the cosmos. The appointment of Minos as chief judge drew upon his legendary reputation for wise governance during his mortal reign as king of Crete. Historical accounts describe Minos as a ruler who had transformed Crete from a collection of warring city-states into a unified maritime empire through a combination of shrewd diplomacy and innovative legal reforms. His code of laws had become famous throughout the Mediterranean world for their clarity and fairness, addressing everything from commercial disputes to family inheritance with unprecedented precision and nuance. Minos possessed physical characteristics that reinforced his authority as a judge. Ancient sources describe him as a tall, imposing figure with penetrating dark eyes that seemed capable of discerning truth from falsehood through direct observation. His beard was meticulously maintained in the style favored by Cretan nobility, and his bearing reflected decades of experience in making difficult decisions under pressure. His voice carried the measured cadence of someone accustomed to weighing words carefully before speaking, and his gestures were economical yet expressive. The former king's judicial philosophy emphasized the importance of examining not merely the actions that souls had taken during their mortal lives, but also the circumstances and motivations that had influenced their decisions. Minos understood that moral evaluation required consideration of factors beyond simple compliance with divine law, including the social pressures, personal limitations, and external constraints that had shaped individual choices. This comprehensive approach made his court the appropriate venue for complex cases that required detailed analysis. Minos established his judicial headquarters in a magnificent courthouse constructed specifically for his use, located at the primary entry point where souls completed their initial processing after crossing the Styx. The building's design reflected both his Cretan heritage and his new role as an underworld judge, featuring architectural elements that combined Mediterranean sophistication with the mysterious grandeur appropriate to the realm of the dead. The courthouse's main hall could accommodate large numbers of souls while maintaining the dignity necessary for serious judicial proceedings. The courtroom itself was designed to facilitate thorough examination of each case while maintaining appropriate solemnity. Minos's judicial throne was elevated on a platform that allowed him to observe all participants clearly while symbolizing his authority over the proceedings. The throne was carved from a single block of marble that had been transported from Crete, maintaining his connection to his mortal kingdom while establishing his new identity as an underworld judge. Surrounding the throne were seats for court officials, record keepers, and witnesses who might be called to provide testimony. The judicial process in Minos's court began with a comprehensive review of each soul's complete life history, compiled from observations made by various divine entities during the individual's mortal existence. These records included not only major actions and decisions, but also private thoughts, secret motivations, and unconscious influences that had shaped behavior. The thoroughness of this documentation ensured that judgments were based on complete information, rather than partial or misleading evidence. Minos employed a unique method for evaluating souls that involved direct examination of their moral essence, rather than relying solely on external evidence. This process, known as psychic scrutiny, allowed him to perceive the fundamental character traits that had driven each individual's behavior during life. The technique required intense concentration and drew upon supernatural abilities that Minos had developed through his experience as a mortal king who had frequently been required to distinguish between honest and deceptive subjects. The chief judge's decisions were rendered through a complex system that took into account multiple factors, including the soul's intentions, the consequences of their actions, the social context in which they had lived, and their potential for moral development in the afterlife. Minos understood that justice required not merely punishment for wrongdoing, but also recognition of virtue and provision for continued moral growth. His verdicts often included specific recommendations for placement within the underworld's various regions, based on each soul's individual needs and characteristics. Rhadamanthus brought a distinctly different judicial philosophy to his role as judge of souls from the eastern regions of the world. Where Minos emphasized comprehensive analysis and nuanced evaluation, Rhadamanthus focused on clear moral principles and decisive action. His reputation during mortal life had been built on his unwavering commitment to justice and his ability to cut through complex situations to identify fundamental moral issues. This approach made him particularly effective in handling cases where the ethical dimensions were clear-cut and required swift resolution. The former king's physical appearance reflected his reputation for stern justice. Ancient descriptions portray Rhadamanthus as a figure of medium height but powerful build, with shoulders broadened by years of wielding both sword and scepter in defense of moral principles. His face bore the weathered features of someone who had spent considerable time in military campaigns against those who threatened justice, with scars that testified to his willingness to fight personally for his beliefs. His eyes held an intensity that suggested he could perceive moral corruption with the same clarity that others might observe physical defects. Rhadamanthus established his court in a fortress-like structure that emphasized the serious consequences of moral failure, while providing security against any attempt to influence or corrupt the judicial process. The building's architecture drew inspiration from military fortifications, with thick walls and defensive features that symbolized the judge's commitment to protecting justice against all threats. The interior spaces were designed for efficiency rather than comfort, reflecting the judge's belief that justice should be swift and decisive. The judicial procedures in Rhadamanthus's court were characterized by their directness and speed. Unlike Minos's comprehensive evaluations, Rhadamanthus focused on identifying the most significant moral choices that each soul had made during life and evaluating these decisions according to clear ethical standards. This approach allowed him to process large numbers of cases efficiently while maintaining high standards of accuracy in his judgments. Rhadamanthus employed a unique technique for moral evaluation that involved confronting souls directly with the consequences of their actions during life. This process required souls to witness how their choices had affected others, creating an immediate and powerful form of moral education that often led to genuine repentance and understanding. The technique was particularly effective with souls who had acted from ignorance or thoughtlessness rather than malicious intent. The Eastern judges' verdicts were renowned for their clarity and finality. Rhadamanthus believed that uncertainty in judicial decisions undermined the entire system of divine justice, and he therefore ensured that his rulings left no room for confusion or misinterpretation. His sentences were crafted to address not only the punishment or reward that souls had earned, but also the specific lessons they needed to learn to achieve moral development in the afterlife. Aeacus brought yet another perspective to the underworld's judicial system, serving as both a judge in his own right and an arbitrator in cases where Minos and Rhadamanthus reached different conclusions. His reputation during mortal life had been built on his exceptional ability to find common ground between opposing parties and to craft solutions that addressed the legitimate interests of all involved. This diplomatic skill made him invaluable in complex cases that required balancing competing moral claims. The former king of Aegina possessed physical characteristics that reflected his role as a mediator and peacemaker. Ancient sources describe Aeacus as having a naturally calming presence, with gentle features that inspired confidence and trust. His voice carried a melodious quality that made even difficult truths easier to accept, and his gestures were designed to include rather than intimidate those who appeared before him. Despite his peaceful demeanor, his bearing suggested underlying strength and determination that could emerge when justice required firm action. Aeacus established his court in a circular building that symbolized the inclusive nature of his judicial approach. The structure's design eliminated hierarchical seating arrangements in favor of a configuration that allowed all participants to see and hear each other clearly. This architectural choice reflected the judge's belief that justice emerged through dialogue and mutual understanding rather than through the imposition of authority from above. The judicial process in Aeacus's court emphasized collaborative examination of moral issues, with the judge serving as a facilitator who helped souls understand the ethical dimensions of their past actions. This approach required more time than the methods employed by his fellow judges, but it often produced deeper moral insight and more genuine transformation in the souls who appeared before him. Aeacus believed that the purpose of divine justice was not merely to assign appropriate punishments and rewards, but to promote genuine moral development. The Northern Judge employed a unique technique for moral evaluation that involved creating scenarios where souls could demonstrate their current moral understanding by making choices similar to those they had faced during life. This process allowed Aeacus to assess not only what souls had done in the past, but also what they had learned from their experiences and how they might behave in the future. The technique was particularly valuable for identifying souls who had genuine potential for moral growth despite past failures. The coordination between the three judges required sophisticated administrative systems that could handle the complex logistics of processing thousands of souls while ensuring that each case received appropriate attention. The judges established regular communication protocols that allowed them to share information about difficult cases and coordinate their decisions to maintain consistency in the application of divine justice. These systems included messenger services, regular conferences, and shared record-keeping facilities that tracked the progress of souls through the judicial process. The actual process of judgment began when souls completed their initial processing at the Styx and were directed to the appropriate judicial facility based on their geographic origin and the complexity of their cases. Simple cases involving souls who had lived clearly virtuous or obviously wicked lives could be processed quickly through standardized procedures, while complex cases requiring detailed analysis were assigned to specialized judicial panels with expertise in particular types of moral evaluation. The weighing of souls represented the most dramatic and significant aspect of the judicial process, involving supernatural techniques that could measure the true moral weight of an individual's life choices. This process was not merely symbolic, but involved actual divine instruments that could detect and quantify moral qualities with precision that exceeded any earthly measurement system. The scales used for this purpose were crafted from materials that existed only in the divine realm and possessed properties that allowed them to respond to spiritual rather than physical weight. The weighing process began with the compilation of a complete moral inventory for each soul, documenting every significant choice made during mortal life, along with the motivations and consequences associated with each decision. This inventory was then subjected to divine analysis that separated genuine moral choices from actions that had been taken under compulsion or without full understanding of their implications. Only those choices that reflected the soul's true moral character were included in the final weighing. The physical apparatus used for weighing souls consisted of scales that could measure multiple moral dimensions simultaneously, providing a comprehensive assessment of each individual's ethical development. One side of the scales measured positive moral qualities including compassion, justice, courage, and wisdom, while the other side measured negative qualities such as cruelty, selfishness, cowardice, and willful ignorance. The balance between these measurements determined the soul's overall moral standing and appropriate afterlife destination. The criteria used to determine eternal fate reflected sophisticated understanding of moral philosophy that recognized the complexity of ethical decision-making and the various factors that influenced human behavior. The judges understood that simple tallies of good and bad actions provided inadequate basis for eternal judgment, and they therefore developed nuanced evaluation systems that considered intentions, personal limitations, and opportunities for moral growth. Divine justice in Greek thought represented a fundamental principle that extended beyond mere punishment and reward to encompass the maintenance of cosmic order and the promotion of moral development throughout the universe. The Underworld's judicial system was designed not only to provide appropriate consequences for mortal actions, but also to demonstrate divine commitment to ethical principles and to educate both the dead and the living about the importance of moral behavior. The concept of cosmic balance played a crucial role in shaping the judicial philosophy that governed underworld proceedings. The judges understood that their decisions had implications extending far beyond individual souls to affect the overall moral climate of the universe. Excessive leniency might encourage moral laxity among the living, while excessive harshness might promote despair and rebellion against divine authority. The challenge was to maintain appropriate balance that supported both justice and mercy. The educational function of divine justice required that punishments and rewards be designed to promote understanding rather than mere compliance with divine will. Souls assigned to punishment in Tartarus were provided with opportunities to understand the harm their actions had caused and to develop genuine remorse for their moral failures. Similarly, souls rewarded with placement in Elysium were expected to use their blessed status to assist in the moral development of others rather than simply enjoying eternal happiness. Special cases and exceptions in the judgment process reflected recognition that rigid application of standard procedures might sometimes conflict with broader principles of justice and mercy. The judges possessed authority to deviate from normal protocols when circumstances warranted special consideration. though such decisions required careful documentation and justification to maintain the integrity of the overall system. Divine intervention in judicial proceedings could occur when gods chose to advocate for particular souls, or when cosmic considerations required modification of standard judgment procedures. Such interventions were rare and typically involved souls whose cases had broader implications for divine-mortal relations or cosmic stability. The judges were required to consider divine requests carefully while maintaining their independence and commitment to fundamental principles of justice. The appeals process allowed souls to request reconsideration of their initial judgments if they believed errors had been made, or if new evidence emerged that might affect their cases. These appeals were handled by specialized panels that included representatives from all three judicial courts, ensuring that multiple perspectives were considered in reviewing controversial decisions. The appeals process was designed to correct genuine errors while preventing frivolous challenges that might undermine the authority of the judicial system. The sophisticated judicial system established by Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus created the framework for implementing divine justice through carefully calibrated punishments and rewards that would serve as both consequence and instruction. The verdicts rendered by these judges determined not merely where souls would spend eternity, but how their afterlife experiences would reflect the moral choices they had made during their earthly existence. The underworld system of eternal consequences was designed to demonstrate that actions carried weight beyond mortal life, while also providing opportunities for understanding and, in some cases, eventual redemption. The most notorious punishments in the underworld were reserved for individuals whose crimes had been so egregious that they required eternal, personalized torments that would serve as examples to both the dead and the living. These famous sinners had committed offenses that struck at the very foundations of divine authority and cosmic order, necessitating punishments that were both severe and instructive. Their torments were crafted not merely to cause suffering, but to demonstrate the specific nature of their moral failures through eternal repetition of scenarios that highlighted their character flaws. Tantalus occupied a position of particular infamy among the eternally punished, having committed crimes that violated the most fundamental bonds of hospitality, family loyalty, and respect for divine authority. During his mortal life as king of Sipylus, Tantalus had enjoyed unprecedented favor from the gods, who had honored him with invitations to their divine banquets and shared their secrets with him as if he were one of their own. This extraordinary privilege made his eventual betrayal all the more heinous and deserving of eternal punishment. The specific crime that earned Tantalus his eternal torment involved the murder of his own son Pelops, whom he killed and served as food to the gods during a banquet he hosted in their honor. The act represented multiple layers of moral corruption: filicide, the violation of sacred hospitality laws, and an attempt to deceive divine beings who possessed supernatural perception. Ancient sources suggest that Tantalus committed this atrocity to test whether the gods were truly omniscient, demonstrating both incredible arrogance and fundamental misunderstanding of divine nature. The punishment devised for Tantalus reflected the precise nature of his crimes, through a torment that involved perpetual hunger and thirst that could never be satisfied. He was placed in a pool of clear water that reached to his chin, surrounded by fruit trees whose branches hung low enough that the ripe fruit appeared within easy reach. However, whenever Tantalus bent his head to drink, the water would recede beyond his reach, and whenever he stretched upward to grasp the fruit, the branches would lift away from his grasping fingers. The psychological dimensions of Tantalus's punishment were as significant as its physical aspects. The constant presence of apparent relief created a cycle of hope and despair that reinforced his torment, while demonstrating the futility of attempting to deceive divine authority. The punishment also served as a perfect inversion of his former privileged status. Where he had once enjoyed divine hospitality and abundance, he now experienced eternal deprivation and isolation. The location of Tantalus's punishment was carefully selected to maximize both his suffering and the instructional value of his example. He was placed in a region of Tartarus where other souls could observe his torment while traveling to their own destinations, ensuring that his fate would serve as a warning about the consequences of betraying divine trust. The area around his punishment was designed as an amphitheater of sorts, with natural formations that amplified his cries of frustration and made his suffering visible from considerable distances. The eternal nature of Tantalus's punishment reflected the permanent damage caused by his crimes. His betrayal of divine hospitality had violated principles that were fundamental to both mortal and divine society, while his filicide had destroyed bonds of family loyalty that were considered sacred throughout the ancient world. The gods determined that such comprehensive moral corruption required punishment that would match its severity and permanence. Sisyphus earned his place among the eternally tormented through a combination of hubris, deception, and direct defiance of divine authority that demonstrated contempt for the natural order governing life and death. As king of Corinth, Sisyphus had gained a reputation for cleverness that bordered on cunning, using his intelligence to manipulate both mortals and gods for his own advantage. His crimes accumulated over time, each building upon previous offences until his moral corruption became so complete that eternal punishment became inevitable. The specific acts that sealed Sisyphus's fate included betraying Zeus's secrets to mortals, capturing and imprisoning Thanatos to prevent his own death, and escaping from the underworld through elaborate deceptions that made a mockery of divine justice. His capture of death itself had disrupted the natural order so severely that no mortals could die while Thanatos remained imprisoned, creating chaos throughout the world until Ares intervened to free the personification of death and restore cosmic balance. Sisyphus's most audacious crime involved his escape from the underworld after his initial death, accomplished through a deception that exploited his wife's apparent failure to provide proper funeral rites. He convinced Hades and Persephone that he needed to return to the world of the living temporarily to ensure proper burial ceremonies, then refused to return once he had regained mortal life. This escape required recapture by Hermes and demonstrated such contempt for underworld authority that extraordinary punishment became necessary. The punishment devised for Sisyphus involved the eternal repetition of a seemingly simple task that was rendered impossible through divine intervention. He was condemned to push a massive boulder up a steep mountain slope, with the understanding that once he reached the summit, his task would be complete and his punishment ended. However, the boulder was enchanted so that whenever Sisyphus neared the mountaintop, it would slip from his grasp and roll back to the bottom, forcing him to begin the process anew. The physical demands of Sisyphus's punishment were carefully calibrated to match his strength and endurance, ensuring that the task would always remain just within the realm of apparent possibility while never actually being achievable. The boulder's weight was adjusted to require his maximum effort, while the mountain's slope was steep enough to make the climb exhausting but not impossible. These specifications created the perfect conditions for eternal frustration and futile effort. The psychological torment embedded in Sisyphus's punishment was perhaps more severe than its physical aspects. Each attempt to push the boulder to the summit was accompanied by genuine hope that this time might be different, that perhaps his previous failures had been due to insufficient effort or poor technique. The moment of realization that the boulder was once again rolling away represented a crushing defeat that was repeated endlessly, creating a cycle of hope and despair that matched the eternal nature of his crime. The location chosen for Sisyphus's punishment was a barren mountain in Tartarus, where the landscape itself seemed to mock his efforts. The mountain was composed of smooth stone that provided no handholds or resting places, while the surrounding terrain offered no shade or comfort. Other souls could observe his struggle from safe distances, making his punishment a public demonstration of the consequences of defying divine authority. Ixion's eternal torment resulted from crimes that combined sexual assault, violation of hospitality, and betrayal of divine trust in ways that shocked even the gods, who were accustomed to mortal wickedness. As king of the Lapiths, Ixion had committed the first murder among mortals by killing his father-in-law to avoid paying the bride price he'd promised. This crime was so unprecedented that no earthly authority knew how to punish it appropriately, leading Zeus to intervene with an offer of purification and forgiveness. The divine mercy extended to Ixion included not only purification from his crime, but also an invitation to join the gods at their table on Mount Olympus, an honor that had been granted to very few mortals throughout history. This extraordinary privilege was intended to demonstrate divine capacity for forgiveness, while providing Ixion with an opportunity to redeem himself through proper behavior in divine company. Instead, Ixion used this access to attempt the rape of Hera, Zeus's wife and queen of the gods. The attempt on Hera was thwarted through Zeus's creation of a cloud phantom that resembled his wife, allowing Ixion to believe he had succeeded in his assault while actually copulating with an illusion. This deception served multiple purposes. It protected Hera from actual violation, provided evidence of Ixion's criminal intent, and resulted in the birth of Centaurus, the ancestor of the Centaur race, from the union between Ixion and the Cloud Phantom. The punishment devised for Ixion reflected both the nature of his crimes and the divine outrage they had provoked. He was bound to a fiery wheel that rotated continuously through the air, carrying him in endless circles through the upper regions of Tartarus. The wheel was constructed from materials that burned with supernatural fire but never consumed themselves, ensuring that Ixion would experience eternal burning without the release that complete destruction might provide. The binding that held Ixion to his wheel was accomplished through serpents that wrapped around his limbs and torso, their bodies serving as both restraints and instruments of additional torment. These serpents were not ordinary creatures but supernatural beings created specifically for this punishment, possessing the ability to regenerate continuously so that they could never be broken or worn away through Ixion's struggles. Their bites injected venom that caused excruciating pain without causing death or unconsciousness. The wheel's rotation was carefully controlled to maximize both physical discomfort and psychological distress. The speed varied unpredictably, sometimes spinning so rapidly that Ixion experienced crushing force from the acceleration, other times moving slowly enough that he could contemplate a situation and anticipate the next period of rapid rotation. The wheel's path through the air followed no predictable pattern, ensuring that Ixion could never adapt to his circumstances or find any form of relief through familiarity. The eternal nature of Ixion's punishment was emphasized through its visibility to other souls throughout Tartarus. His fiery wheel could be seen from great distances, serving as a warning about the consequences of sexual violence and betrayal of divine hospitality. The sound of his screams and the wheel's rotation created a constant reminder of divine justice that reinforced the moral lessons embedded in other punishments throughout the underworld. The Danaides represented a unique case in underworld punishment, as their torment involved collective rather than individual crimes and reflected complex issues of gender, marriage, and family loyalty that required careful consideration by the divine judges. The 50 daughters of Danaus had been compelled by their father to marry their 50 cousins, the sons of Aegyptus, in a mass wedding that was intended to resolve a dynastic dispute between the two brothers. However, Danaus secretly instructed his daughters to murder their husbands on their wedding night, fearing that the marriages were part of a plot against his own power. 49 of the Danaides carried out their father's instructions, killing their new husbands with daggers concealed in their wedding garments. Only Hypermnestra refused to commit murder, sparing her husband Olympius because he had respected her virginity and treated her with kindness during their brief marriage. The mass murder created a crisis that required divine intervention, as the violation of marriage bonds and hospitality laws on such a scale threatened the stability of social institutions throughout the mortal world. The punishment assigned to the 49 murderous Danaides involved a task that appeared simple but was rendered impossible through divine intervention, similar to the torments of Sisyphus and Tantalus. They were condemned to spend eternity attempting to fill a large vessel with water, carrying the liquid in jars from a nearby spring. However, the jars they were given contained holes that allowed the water to leak out as quickly as it could be poured in, making their task perpetually futile. The symbolic dimensions of the Danaides' punishment were particularly rich, reflecting multiple aspects of their crimes and the broader moral issues they represented. The leaking jars symbolized the violation of marriage vessels that should have contained and nurtured new life, while the endless repetition of their futile task reflected the cyclical nature of violence and betrayal that their actions had initiated. The punishment also demonstrated the consequences of allowing family loyalty to override moral principles and social obligations. The physical demands of the Danaides' punishment were designed to be exhausting but not impossible, ensuring that they would continue their futile efforts indefinitely without becoming so weakened that they could not perform their assigned task. The distance between the spring and the vessel was carefully calculated to require significant effort while remaining achievable, while the weight of the water-filled jars was adjusted to match their physical capabilities. The psychological aspects of their torment involved the constant hope that perhaps this time they might succeed in their task, coupled with the repeated disappointment of watching their efforts prove futile. The Danaides were forced to work together despite the knowledge that their collective actions had brought about their shared punishment, creating interpersonal tensions that added to their individual suffering. The contrast between these eternal punishments and the blessed existence available in Elysium demonstrated the full range of divine justice and the rewards available to souls who had lived virtuous lives. Elysium represented the ultimate expression of divine favor, a paradise where blessed souls could enjoy eternal happiness, free from the sufferings and limitations that had characterized their mortal existence. The region was reserved for heroes who had demonstrated exceptional courage and virtue, demigods who had used their supernatural abilities for the benefit of others, and mortals who had earned divine favor through acts of extraordinary devotional service. The landscape of Elysium was designed to provide perfect conditions for every form of happiness and fulfillment that blessed souls might desire. The climate remained perpetually mild, with gentle breezes that carried the scents of divine flowers and the sounds of celestial music. The light in Elysium came not from a sun that might create harsh shadows or excessive heat, but from a soft radiance that seemed to emanate from the very air, providing perfect illumination without any of the discomforts associated with earthly weather. The architecture of Elysium reflected the highest achievements of divine craftsmanship, with buildings constructed from materials that seemed to generate their own beauty and radiance. Palaces and temples rose in harmonious proportions that pleased the eye while serving the practical needs of their inhabitants, with gardens that produced flowers and fruits of indescribable perfection. The structures were designed to accommodate the social needs of blessed souls while providing private spaces for contemplation and personal pursuits. The social organization of Elysium allowed blessed souls to interact with the greatest heroes and wisest individuals from throughout history, creating communities of exceptional people who could share their knowledge and experiences. These interactions were facilitated by the removal of linguistic barriers and cultural differences that might have prevented communication during mortal life, allowing souls from different time periods and regions to form friendships based on shared virtues and interests. The activities available in Elysium were designed to provide eternal satisfaction without the boredom that might result from unlimited pleasure without purpose. Blessed souls could pursue artistic endeavors with unlimited resources and divine inspiration, engage in athletic competitions that tested skill without risking injury, and participate in philosophical discussions with the greatest minds from throughout history. The region also provided opportunities for continued moral and intellectual development, ensuring that eternal happiness would involve growth rather than stagnation. The Asphodel Meadows represented the destination for the vast majority of souls who had lived neither exceptionally virtuous nor particularly wicked lives, providing a neutral existence that, acknowledge their mortal experiences without subjecting them to either punishment or extraordinary reward. This region was designed to accommodate the complex reality that most human lives contain mixtures of good and bad actions that did not warrant extreme consequences in either direction. The landscape of the Asphodel Meadows was characterized by its neutral beauty, neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, reflecting the moral status of its inhabitants. The endless fields of asphodel flowers created an environment of gentle melancholy that acknowledged the loss involved in death while providing natural beauty that made existence bearable. The flowers themselves never fully bloomed nor completely withered, maintaining a state of eternal potential that mirrored the suspended existence of the souls who dwelt among them. The architecture within the Asphodel Meadows emphasized functionality and dignity, rather than luxury or punishment, providing souls with comfortable housing and community facilities that supported social interaction and personal pursuits. The buildings were constructed from materials that were neither precious nor shabby, creating an atmosphere of modest respectability that reflected the ordinary nature of most human moral achievement. The activities available to souls in the Asphodel Meadows were designed to provide meaning and satisfaction without the extraordinary pleasures reserved for Elysium or the torments assigned in Tartarus. Souls could pursue hobbies and interests they had enjoyed during life, form relationships with others who shared their experiences, and participate in community activities that provided structure and purpose to their eternal existence. The establishment of the underworld's comprehensive system of justice and eternal consequences created a realm that would become central not only to Greek religious thought, but also to the heroic narratives that defined ancient literature. The concept of katabasis, the descent of living beings into the realm of the dead, represented one of the most challenging and transformative journeys that mortals or heroes could undertake. These descents were not merely physical expeditions, but profound spiritual and psychological ordeals that tested the limits of human courage, divine favor, and the fundamental boundaries between life and death. The tradition of heroic descents established precedents that would influence Greek understanding of heroism, mortality, and the relationship between the living and the dead for centuries. Each katabasis served multiple narrative functions, demonstrating the hero's exceptional nature through their ability to survive what should have been impossible, exploring philosophical questions about death and the afterlife, and providing opportunities for divine intervention that could alter the established order of existence. These journeys also revealed the underworld's geography and inhabitants to mortal audiences, making the realm of the dead more comprehensible while maintaining its essential mystery and terror. Orpheus's descent into the underworld represented perhaps the most famous and influential katabasis in all of Greek literature, combining elements of divine heritage, artistic mastery, and passionate love that created a narrative of unprecedented emotional power. The son of the muse Calliope and the Thracian king Oeagrus, Orpheus had inherited supernatural musical abilities that allowed him to charm not only mortals and animals, but even inanimate objects through the power of his lyre and voice. His music possessed qualities that transcended ordinary entertainment, carrying within it the ability to heal psychological wounds, calm violent emotions, and create harmony between opposing forces. The tragic circumstances that led to Orpheus's katabasis began with his marriage to the nymph Eurydice, a union that represented the perfect combination of artistic inspiration and natural beauty. Eurydice possessed the ethereal grace characteristic of tree nymphs, with skin that seemed to glow with the soft light filtered through forest canopies and hair that moved like leaves stirred by gentle breezes. Her voice harmonized perfectly with Orpheus's music, creating melodies that could bring tears to the eyes of the most hardened listeners and inspire hope in those who had lost all reason for optimism. The couple's happiness was destroyed on their wedding day through a sequence of events that demonstrated the fragility of mortal joy and the constant presence of death, even in moments of greatest celebration. While fleeing the unwanted advances of Aristaeus, a minor god associated with beekeeping and olive cultivation, Eurydice stepped upon a venomous serpent that had been concealed in the tall grass of a meadow. The snake's bite delivered poison that acted with supernatural swiftness, killing the young bride before help could arrive or antidotes could be administered. Orpheus's grief at his wife's sudden death transcended ordinary human sorrow, manifesting in ways that affected the natural world around him. His lamentations caused trees to wither and die, rivers to change their courses in sympathy, and wild animals to abandon their natural behaviors to gather around him in shared mourning. The power of his musical expression of loss created a zone of supernatural sorrow that extended for miles around his location, demonstrating how artistic genius could transform personal tragedy into universal experience. The decision to attempt Eurydice's rescue from the underworld was not made impulsively, but represented a calculated assessment of Orpheus's unique abilities and divine connections. His musical powers had already demonstrated their effectiveness against supernatural forces, and his status as son of a muse provided him with certain protections that ordinary mortals lacked. Additionally, the precedent of other heroic descents suggested that the underworld's rulers might be amenable to negotiation under extraordinary circumstances. The preparation for Orpheus's catabasis involved both practical and spiritual elements that reflected the serious nature of his undertaking. He spent days in purification rituals designed to cleanse him of any spiritual contamination that might interfere with his mission, while also composing the musical pieces he would use to charm the underworld's guardians and rulers. These compositions were not merely entertainment, but carefully crafted magical works that incorporated specific melodic patterns and harmonic progressions known to influence divine beings. Orpheus's descent began at one of the traditional entrances to the underworld, a cave system located in Thrace that provided natural pathways into the Earth's depths. The journey through these underground passages required both physical courage and spiritual fortitude, as the route was guarded by various supernatural entities that challenged unauthorized visitors. The darkness was so complete that ordinary torches would have been useless, but Orpheus's divine heritage allowed him to navigate by sensing the musical harmonies that emanated from different directions. The first major obstacle in Orpheus's path was Cerberus, the three-headed hound whose primary function was to prevent living beings from entering the underworld and dead souls from escaping. The massive creature possessed supernatural senses that could detect the difference between living and dead visitors, making deception impossible. However, Orpheus's musical abilities proved capable of achieving what force or trickery could not, as his lyre playing gradually calmed the beast's aggressive instincts and induced a state of peaceful drowsiness that allowed safe passage. The encounter with Cerberus demonstrated the unique nature of Orpheus's approach to the challenges of catabasis. Where other heroes might have relied on physical strength or divine weapons to overcome obstacles, Orpheus employed artistic persuasion that transformed potential enemies into allies. His music did not defeat Cerberus, but rather revealed the creature's capacity for gentleness and beauty, suggesting that even the most fearsome guardians of death possessed souls that could be touched by genuine artistic expression. Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, presented a different type of challenge that required Orpheus to demonstrate not only his musical abilities but also his understanding of underworld customs and protocols. The ancient demon was accustomed to transporting only the dead across his river, and the presence of a living mortal created unprecedented complications for his established procedures. However, Orpheus's performance of a lament that captured the universal experience of loss and separation moved even this hardened servant of death to make an exception to his usual rules. The crossing of the Styx marked Orpheus's transition from the world of the living to the realm of the dead, a journey that involved more than simple transportation across water. The river's supernatural properties affected living beings differently than dead souls, creating disorientation and spiritual confusion that could overwhelm unprepared visitors. Orpheus's musical training allowed him to maintain his mental equilibrium during the crossing, using rhythmic patterns and melodic structures to anchor his consciousness, while his physical body adapted to the underworld's unique conditions. The geography of the underworld through which Orpheus travelled revealed landscapes that combined natural beauty with supernatural strangeness in ways that challenged ordinary perception. The asphodel meadows stretched endlessly in all directions, filled with flowers that seemed to glow with their own internal light while casting no shadows. The souls that inhabited these fields moved with the fluid grace of beings no longer bound by physical limitations, their forms shifting between the appearances they had possessed during life and more ethereal manifestations that reflected their spiritual essence. Orpheus's music had profound effects on the souls he encountered during his journey through the underworld. His melodies awakened memories of their mortal lives that had been dulled by the process of death, causing many souls to weep for the first time since their arrival in Hades' realm. The emotional responses his music evoked demonstrated the continuing humanity of the dead, suggesting that death did not eliminate the capacity for feeling, but rather suspended it until appropriate stimulation could reawaken dormant emotions. The approach to Hades' palace required Orpheus to pass through increasingly elaborate security measures and ceremonial protocols that reflected the importance of the underworld's royal court. Guards and officials who might normally have prevented unauthorized access found themselves unable to resist the compelling power of his music, which seemed to bypass rational thought and speak directly to the emotional core of divine consciousness. These encounters established Orpheus's credentials as someone whose artistic abilities transcended normal limitations and deserved special consideration. The audience with Hades and Persephone took place in the great throne room of the underworld palace, a space designed to inspire awe and respect while demonstrating the absolute authority of death's rulers. The chamber's architecture incorporated elements that emphasized both the finality of death and the dignity of proper governance, with decorative motifs that celebrated the natural cycles of growth and decay while asserting divine control over these processes. The royal couple sat on thrones that reflected their dual nature as both fearsome judges and benevolent rulers, with Hades embodying the stern necessity of death, while Persephone represented the hope of eventual renewal. Orpheus's performance before the underworld's rulers represented the culmination of his artistic development and the supreme test of music's power over death itself. His song combined technical mastery with emotional authenticity in ways that revealed the fundamental connections between love, loss, and artistic creation. The melody he chose incorporated themes from his wedding music with Eurydice, creating a musical narrative that told the story of their love while demonstrating the depth of his grief at her loss. The content of Orpheus's appeal to Hades and Persephone addressed not only his personal desire to recover his wife, but also broader questions about the nature of love and the relationship between mortality and meaning. He argued that true love created bonds that transcended death, and that the separation of genuinely devoted couples violated the natural order that even the gods were bound to respect. His musical presentation of these arguments gave an emotional weight that pure logic could never have achieved, creating a form of persuasion that combined intellectual reasoning with visceral impact. The response of Hades and Persephone to Orpheus's performance revealed aspects of their characters that were rarely visible in their official roles as judges and administrators of divine justice. Persephone wept openly at the beauty of his music and the sincerity of his love for Eurydice, while Hades found himself moved by memories of his own courtship and the longing he had experienced during his separation from his beloved queen. These emotional responses demonstrated that even the rulers of death retained the capacity for sympathy and understanding that could override strict adherence to established law. The decision to grant Orpheus's request represented an unprecedented exception to the fundamental rule that the dead could not return to life, requiring careful consideration of the potential consequences for underworld authority and cosmic order. Hades and Persephone understood that their decision would establish precedents that might be cited by future petitioners, potentially undermining the finality of death that was essential to the natural order. However, they also recognized that Orpheus's case was genuinely unique, involving circumstances and abilities that were unlikely to be replicated by other mortals. The conditions attached to Eurydice's release reflected the ruler's need to maintain their authority, while acknowledging the exceptional nature of Orpheus's request. Eurydice would be permitted to follow Orpheus back to the world of the living, but he was forbidden to look back at her during their journey until they had both reached the surface. This condition served multiple purposes. It tested Orpheus's faith and self-control, maintained the mystery and dignity of underworld operations, and provided a safeguard that would allow the rulers to revoke their decision if the conditions were violated. The journey back through the underworld tested Orpheus's psychological endurance in ways that his initial descent had not, as the presence of Eurydice behind him created both hope and anxiety that threatened to overwhelm his self-control. He could hear her footsteps and occasionally catch glimpses of her shadow, but the prohibition against direct visual contact created a form of torture that was perhaps more difficult than the original grief of her loss. The knowledge that she was so close yet still separated from him by divine decree created emotional tension that grew more intense with each step toward the surface. The tragic conclusion of Orpheus's catabasis occurred just moments before success would have been achieved, when his love and anxiety overcame his self-control and caused him to turn back to ensure that Eurydice was still following him. The moment his eyes met hers, she began to fade away like a dissipating shadow, her form becoming increasingly transparent until she vanished entirely back into the depths of the underworld. Her final words expressed not anger at his failure, but understanding of the love that had motivated his fatal glance, demonstrating that their bond transcended even this ultimate separation. The failure of Orpheus's mission established important precedents regarding the limits of artistic power and the finality of death that would influence subsequent Greek thought about mortality and divine justice. His ability to charm the underworld's guardians and move its rulers demonstrated that exceptional talent and genuine love could achieve seemingly impossible things, while his ultimate failure confirmed that some boundaries could not be crossed even by the most gifted individuals. The tragedy also explored themes of faith, self-control, and the relationship between love and loss that resonated with audiences who faced their own struggles with mortality and separation. Heracles' descent into the underworld as part of his 12th and final labor represented a fundamentally different type of catabasis, one that emphasized physical prowess and divine favor rather than artistic persuasion. The hero's mission to capture Cerberus alive and bring the creature to the surface demonstrated his unique status as someone who could succeed where others failed, while also serving as a test that would determine his worthiness for eventual deification. Unlike Orpheus's journey, which was motivated by personal love and resulted in tragic failure, Heracles' catabasis was undertaken in service of divine command and achieved complete success through a combination of strength, courage, and proper respect for underworld authority. The assignment of this labor by King Eurystheus reflected both the ruler's desire to eliminate Heracles through an impossible task and his recognition that previous labors had failed to achieve this goal. The capture of Cerberus represented the ultimate challenge because it required not only physical ability, but also the courage to enter the realm of death and the diplomatic skill to negotiate with underworld authorities. The task was designed to be impossible for ordinary mortals, making it an appropriate test for someone claiming heroic status that transcended normal human limitations. Heracles' preparation for his catabasis involved both physical and spiritual elements that reflected his understanding of the challenges he would face in the underworld. He underwent purification rituals at Eleusis, where he was initiated into the mysteries that provided knowledge about the nature of death and the afterlife. These ceremonies gave him insights into underworld geography and customs that would prove essential for navigating the realm successfully, while also providing spiritual protection against the corrupting influences that could affect living beings in the land of the dead. The hero's approach to the underworld demonstrated his characteristic directness and confidence. As he entered through one of the traditional passages without attempting to disguise his living nature or avoid confrontation with the realm's guardians, his divine heritage as son of Zeus provided him with certain protections and privileges that other mortals lacked, while his reputation for completing impossible tasks had preceded him and influenced how underworld inhabitants responded to his presence. The encounter between Heracles and Cerberus represented a confrontation between two forces of supernatural power, each representing different aspects of divine authority and natural order. The three-headed hound embodied the absolute barrier between life and death, while Heracles represented the exceptional individual who could transcend normal limitations through divine favor and heroic achievement. Their struggle was not merely physical but symbolic, representing the hero's conquest over death itself and his demonstration of worthiness for immortal status. Heracles' method of subduing Cerberus relied primarily on physical strength and wrestling techniques, rather than weapons or magical aids, reflecting his preference for direct confrontation over subtle approaches. The hero's muscular build had been developed through years of performing labors that required exceptional physical ability, giving him the strength necessary to grapple with a creature whose supernatural nature made it far more powerful than any earthly animal. His wrestling technique incorporated holds and throws that could control opponents without causing permanent injury, allowing him to subdue Cerberus without violating Hades' requirement that the creature be returned unharmed. The negotiation with Hades regarding the temporary removal of Cerberus demonstrated Heracles' understanding of proper protocol and his respect for underworld authority. Rather than simply attempting to steal the creature through stealth or force, the hero approached the Lord of the Underworld directly and requested permission to complete his assigned task. This diplomatic approach acknowledged Hades' sovereignty while appealing to the god's understanding of divine obligations and heroic duty. Hades' decision to grant Heracles' request reflected both recognition of the hero's exceptional status and practical considerations regarding the maintenance of underworld security. The temporary absence of Cerberus would not significantly compromise the realm's defenses, while refusing the request might create diplomatic complications with Zeus and other Olympian gods who supported Heracles' heroic career. The condition that Cerberus be returned unharmed ensured that the creature's ability to perform its guardian duties would not be permanently impaired. The journey to the surface with Cerberus created unique challenges that tested Heracles' strength and endurance in new ways. The creature's massive size and supernatural weight made transportation difficult, while its natural resistance to leaving its familiar territory created additional complications. The hero's solution involved a combination of physical restraint and psychological management that kept Cerberus under control while minimizing the stress of its temporary displacement from the underworld environment. The presentation of Cerberus to King Eurystheus achieved the immediate goal of completing the assigned labor, while also demonstrating the fundamental difference between true heroism and mere royal authority. The king's terror at the sight of the underworld guardian contrasted sharply with Heracles' calm control over the creature, revealing that political power was no substitute for genuine courage and divine favor. The successful completion of this final labor established Heracles' credentials for eventual apotheosis and his transformation from mortal hero to immortal god. The failed catabasis of Theseus and Pirithous represented a cautionary tale about the limits of mortal ambition and the dangers of attempting to violate divine prerogatives through friendship and mutual support. These two heroes, who had achieved considerable fame through their individual exploits, formed a partnership based on their shared desire to marry daughters of Zeus and their belief that their combined abilities could overcome any obstacle. Their decision to attempt the abduction of Persephone from the underworld itself demonstrated both incredible audacity and fundamental misunderstanding of divine authority and cosmic order. Theseus brought to this partnership a reputation for successful completion of seemingly impossible tasks, including his victory over the Minotaur and his unification of Attica under Athenian rule. His physical prowess was complemented by tactical intelligence that allowed him to solve complex problems through careful analysis and creative approaches. However, his previous successes had created a confidence that bordered on hubris, leading him to believe that no challenge was beyond his capabilities when properly approached. Pirithous contributed his own heroic credentials as king of the Lapiths and victor in numerous battles against both mortal enemies and supernatural threats. His reputation for courage was matched by his skill in combat and his ability to inspire loyalty among his followers. The friendship between these two heroes was based on mutual respect for each other's abilities and shared commitment to achieving glory through exceptional deeds that would ensure their immortal fame. The plan to abduct Persephone emerged from their desire to marry daughters of Zeus, with Theseus seeking Helen of Troy and Pirithous setting his sights on the Queen of the Underworld herself. Their logic was that if they could successfully complete such audacious kidnappings, they would demonstrate their worthiness to marry into the divine family while achieving fame that would surpass all previous heroic accomplishments. The plan reflected both their confidence in their abilities and their failure to understand the moral and practical problems inherent in their goals. The descent into the underworld was accomplished through stealth and careful planning, rather than the direct approach favoured by Heracles or the artistic persuasion employed by Orpheus. Theseus and Pirithous attempted to avoid detection by underworld guardians while making their way toward Hades' palace, believing that surprise would give them the advantage they needed to complete their mission successfully. This approach demonstrated their misunderstanding of underworld security and the supernatural awareness possessed by its rulers. The discovery of their presence and hostile intentions led to their capture and imprisonment in a manner that reflected both divine justice and poetic appropriateness. Hades and Persephone understood immediately that the heroes had come to attempt kidnapping rather than seeking legitimate audience or assistance, making their punishment both legally justified and symbolically significant. The specific nature of their imprisonment was designed to demonstrate the futility of their ambitions, while providing them with time to contemplate the moral failings that had led to their predicament. The chairs of forgetfulness to which Theseus and Pirithous were bound represented a form of punishment that was both physical and psychological, preventing escape while gradually eroding their memories and identities. These supernatural restraints grew from the underworld itself, becoming part of the prisoners' bodies in ways that made removal impossible without divine intervention. The gradual loss of memory served as a form of living death that was perhaps more terrible than simple execution, as it eliminated the heroic identity that had motivated their actions, while leaving them conscious of their degradation. The eventual rescue of Theseus by Heracles during his own catabasis demonstrated both the bonds of heroic friendship and the different levels of divine favour enjoyed by different heroes. Heracles' ability to free one of the prisoners while being unable to rescue both reflected the precise nature of divine justice and the specific terms under which his own mission had been authorized. Theseus' rescue came at the cost of leaving Pirithous behind, creating a moral dilemma that tested the bonds of friendship against practical necessity and divine will. Odysseus' consultation with the dead represented yet another form of catabasis, one that emphasized the acquisition of knowledge and divine guidance rather than the completion of heroic tasks or the rescue of loved ones. The hero's journey to the entrance of the underworld was motivated by his need for prophetic information that could help him navigate the challenges preventing his return home to Ithaca. This Nikaia, or consultation with the dead, established important precedents for the use of underworld visits as sources of wisdom and divine guidance that would influence both religious practices and literary traditions. The complex administrative and judicial systems established in Hades' realm required the presence of numerous divine beings and supernatural entities, each contributing specialized knowledge and authority to the governance of the dead. These deities and spirits formed an intricate hierarchy that extended from the royal couple at its apex down to the countless minor spirits who facilitated daily operations throughout the underworld's vast territories. Understanding the roles and relationships of these beings reveals the sophisticated nature of Death's domain and the careful balance of power that maintained order among both the living and the dead. Hades himself embodied a fundamental duality that reflected the ancient Greek understanding of death and the earth's hidden wealth as interconnected aspects of divine authority. As Pluton or Pluto, he governed not only the souls of the dead, but also the precious metals, gems, and fertile soil that lay beneath the earth's surface. This dual role made him simultaneously one of the most feared and most essential gods in the Greek pantheon, as mortals depended on his benevolence for both agricultural prosperity and the mineral wealth that sustained their civilizations. The physical appearance of Hades reflected his complex nature and awesome responsibilities. Ancient sources describe him as a figure of mature dignity, with a build that suggested both physical strength and the weight of enormous responsibility. His face bore the stern expression of someone accustomed to making final judgments, with deep-set eyes that seemed to perceive not only surface appearances, but the fundamental nature of souls and situations. His beard was meticulously maintained in the style favoured by divine royalty, while his hair showed the distinguished greying that suggested wisdom, earned through eons of experience. The god's clothing varied depending on his specific role and the circumstances of his appearance. When functioning as judge and ruler of the dead, Hades wore robes of deep black or midnight blue, crafted from materials that seemed to absorb light while generating their own subtle luminescence. These garments were adorned with precious metals and gems that represented the wealth of the earth, creating patterns that caught and reflected light in ways that emphasized his authority over hidden riches. His crown was forged from rare metals found only in the deepest underground deposits, its design incorporating motifs that celebrated both the finality of death and the potential for renewal inherent in natural cycles. When manifesting his role as Pluton, the god of wealth, Hades adopted different regalia that emphasized abundance and prosperity, rather than the solemnity of death. His robes became richer in color and decoration, incorporating threads of precious metals and jewels that sparkled with every movement. The cornucopia, or horn of plenty, became a prominent symbol in these manifestations, often appearing in his hand or incorporated into the design of his throne and palace decorations. This transformation demonstrated his ability to bring forth abundance from the earth's depths, providing the mineral wealth that enabled human civilization to flourish. The psychological complexity of Hades' character was perhaps his most remarkable feature, as he successfully balanced the seemingly contradictory demands of his dual nature. As Lord of the Dead, he needed to maintain the stern authority necessary to govern millions of souls and ensure that divine justice was properly administered. This role required emotional detachment and unwavering commitment to established law, even when individual cases might evoke sympathy or personal preference for mercy. Yet as god of wealth, he needed to understand and respond to the hopes and ambitions of the living, whose prayers for prosperity required divine attention and intervention. The god's relationship with mortals was necessarily complex, as they simultaneously feared him as the inevitable destination of their souls and depended on him for the material prosperity that made their lives comfortable. This duality created unique challenges in terms of worship and religious observance, as mortals needed to honor Hades while avoiding actions that might attract his attention prematurely. The careful balance required in approaching this god influenced the development of specific religious practices and rituals that acknowledged his power while maintaining appropriate distance. Hades' administrative style reflected his understanding of the enormous scope of his responsibilities and the need for systematic approaches to managing the constant flow of souls into his realm. He established comprehensive bureaucratic systems that could handle routine cases efficiently while ensuring that complex situations received appropriate attention from qualified authorities. His delegation of specific responsibilities to subordinate deities and spirits created a chain of command that maintained his ultimate authority while allowing for specialized expertise in different areas of underworld governance. The god's judicial philosophy emphasized the importance of absolute fairness and consistency in the application of divine law. He understood that his decisions would be scrutinized by other gods, and that any appearance of favoritism or arbitrary judgment would undermine the entire system of divine justice. This commitment to impartiality sometimes required him to make decisions that conflicted with his personal preferences, but he recognized that maintaining cosmic order was more important than individual comfort or convenience. Persephone's transformation from innocent maiden to powerful queen of the underworld represented one of the most dramatic character developments in Greek mythology, demonstrating how circumstances could fundamentally alter divine nature and capabilities. Her evolution from Kor, the young goddess of spring flowers, to Persephone, the formidable ruler of the dead, illustrated the potential for growth and adaptation that existed even among divine beings. This transformation was not merely cosmetic, but involved fundamental changes in her personality, abilities, and understanding of cosmic responsibility. The physical changes that accompanied Persephone's assumption of underworld authority were both subtle and profound. While she retained the essential beauty that had attracted Hades' attention, her appearance gained new dimensions that reflected her expanded role and responsibilities. Her skin acquired a luminous quality that suggested inner power rather than mere youth, while her eyes developed depths that seemed to reflect knowledge of mysteries hidden from ordinary divine consciousness. Her hair, once adorned with simple spring flowers, now incorporated more sophisticated ornaments that symbolized her authority over both life and death. The goddess's clothing evolved to reflect her dual nature as both queen of the underworld and goddess of spring renewal. During her months in Hades' realm, she wore robes that combined the regal dignity appropriate to her royal status with symbolic elements that acknowledged her connection to the world above. These garments were crafted from materials that changed color and texture according to the seasons, remaining dark and rich during winter months, while becoming lighter and more vibrant as spring approached. The transformation of her clothing served as a visible reminder of the cyclical nature of her existence and the cosmic forces she embodied. Persephone's personality underwent equally significant development as she adapted to her new role and responsibilities. The innocent maiden who had once spent her days gathering flowers with nymphs evolved into a sophisticated ruler capable of making complex decisions about the fates of souls and the administration of divine justice. Her natural compassion, which had initially made her seem unsuited for the harsh realities of governing the dead, became one of her greatest strengths as a queen who could understand and respond to the suffering of souls under her authority. The goddess's approach to judicial matters complemented rather than duplicated her husband's methods, creating a system of dual perspectives that enriched the quality of underworld justice. Where Hades emphasized law and order, Persephone brought understanding of human emotion and the complexities of mortal experience. Her ability to perceive the emotional and psychological factors that influenced human behavior allowed her to provide insights that purely logical analysis might miss, making her an invaluable partner in the administration of divine justice. Persephone's authority extended beyond simple consultation to include independent decision-making power in specific areas of underworld governance. She assumed primary responsibility for matters involving women, children, and families, areas where her understanding of mortal relationships and emotional dynamics provided particular expertise. Her court became the preferred venue for cases involving domestic disputes, parental responsibilities, and the complex moral issues that arose from conflicting loyalties between family members and broader social obligations. The seasonal aspect of Persephone's existence created unique challenges and opportunities in terms of underworld administration. Her annual departure for the world above meant that certain types of cases needed to be scheduled around her availability, while her return each autumn brought renewed energy and fresh perspectives to ongoing administrative challenges. The cyclical nature of her presence also influenced the emotional climate of the underworld, with her arrivals and departures marking significant transitions in the realm's overall atmosphere. The relationship between Hades and Persephone evolved from the dramatic circumstances of their initial meeting into a partnership that demonstrated the potential for mutual respect and shared authority between divine spouses. Their marriage became a model for how complementary strengths could create more effective governance than either individual could achieve alone. The balance they established between Hades' emphasis on order and Persephone's focus on compassion created a system of justice that was both fair and merciful. The Furies, known to the Greeks as the Erinyes, represented one of the most ancient and feared aspects of divine justice, predating the organized systems established by Hades and his appointed judges. These three sisters, Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, embodied the principle of vengeance that demanded punishment for crimes against family bonds and divine law. Their authority was absolute within their specific domain, and even Zeus hesitated to interfere with their pursuit of justice, recognizing that their function was essential to maintaining cosmic order. The physical appearance of the Furies reflected their terrible purpose and ancient origins. Ancient sources described them as women of indeterminate age, with faces that showed the wear of countless centuries spent in pursuit of justice and vengeance. The hair consisted of writhing serpents that hissed and struck at those who approached too closely, while their eyes burned with fires that could perceive guilt and moral corruption regardless of attempts at concealment. Their skin had the grey pallor of those who spent their existence in underground realms, and their voices carried the harsh quality of grinding stone and rushing wind. The Furies' clothing was designed for function rather than beauty, consisting of dark robes that allowed for swift movement and concealed the various implements of punishment they carried. Their garments were stained with the blood of their victims and showed the wear of constant travel between the worlds of the living and the dead. Wings sprouted from their shoulders, bat-like appendages that enabled rapid flight but also served as symbols of their connection to the chthonic powers that govern the underworld. Each of the three sisters specialized in particular types of vengeance, though their areas of responsibility overlapped in cases involving multiple forms of moral violation. Alecto focused on crimes involving anger and hatred, pursuing those who had committed murder in fits of rage or who had allowed personal animosity to override moral obligations. Her methods of punishment often involved driving her victims to madness through the constant replay of their crimes and the voices of those they had wronged. Megara specialized in jealousy and envy, hunting down those who had committed crimes motivated by resentment of others' good fortune or success. Her punishments were designed to make victims experience the full consequences of their envious actions, often by placing them in situations where they were subjected to the same treatment they had inflicted on others. Her particular expertise in understanding the psychology of envy made her exceptionally effective at devising punishments that addressed the root causes of criminal behavior. Tisiphone handled cases involving vengeance and retribution, pursuing those who had taken justice into their own hands without proper authority or who had committed crimes in the name of avenging previous wrongs. Her punishments were often the most severe, as she understood that unchecked cycles of vengeance could destroy entire families and communities. Her methods involved forcing victims to confront the ultimate consequences of their actions and the harm they had caused to innocent parties. The Furies' methods of tracking and punishing their targets demonstrated supernatural abilities that made escape virtually impossible once they had been assigned to a case. They could follow scent trails that were invisible to other beings, perceive guilt through spiritual emanations that criminals could not conceal, and travel between different realms of existence without hindrance from normal barriers. Their persistence was legendary, as they would pursue their targets for years or even decades until justice was achieved. The relationship between the Furies and the organized judicial system of the underworld was complex, as the ancient authority sometimes conflicted with newer approaches to divine justice. Hades and his appointed judges generally respected the Furies' traditional prerogatives while attempting to coordinate their activities with broader underworld administration. This coordination was facilitated by regular communication between the royal court and the Furies' own headquarters, located in the deepest regions of Tartarus where they could conduct their work without interference. The Furies' role in deterring crime extended beyond simple punishment to include prevention through fear of their inevitable pursuit. Mortals who understood the consequences of committing crimes against family or divine law were often deterred by knowledge that the Furies would eventually track them down regardless of their attempts to hide or escape. This deterrent effect was enhanced by the Furies' practice of making their punishments visible to other mortals, creating object lessons that reinforce social and religious norms. Hecate occupied a unique position in the underworld's hierarchy as a goddess whose authority extended across multiple realms and whose expertise in magic and crossroads made her invaluable for specific types of supernatural intervention. Her triple nature allowed her to perceive past, present, and future simultaneously, providing insights that were crucial for understanding the long-term consequences of judicial decisions and administrative policies. Her presence in the underworld was not permanent, but occurred according to lunar cycles and specific ritual observances that required her specialized knowledge. The goddess's physical manifestation varied according to her specific function and the needs of particular situations. In her role as guide for souls at crossroads, she appeared as a mature woman carrying torches that provided both illumination and spiritual protection. Her clothing consisted of practical robes that allowed for swift movement between different realms, while her accessories included keys that could open doors between worlds and daggers that could cut through supernatural barriers. Her face showed the wisdom of someone who had witnessed the full spectrum of mortal experience, with eyes that reflected knowledge of secrets hidden from ordinary divine consciousness. Hecate's magical abilities were particularly valuable for dealing with cases that involved supernatural elements or required intervention in the natural order. Her knowledge of herbs, potions, and ritual procedures allowed her to provide solutions for problems that could not be addressed through conventional administrative or judicial means. Her expertise in necromancy made her the natural choice for facilitating communication between the living and the dead when such contact was authorized by underworld authorities. The goddess's role as guardian of crossroads extended beyond simple geographic locations to encompass the metaphysical intersections where different realms of existence met. Her presence at these liminal spaces allowed her to monitor traffic between worlds and ensure that proper protocols were followed by beings traveling between different planes of existence. This function was essential for maintaining the boundaries that prevented unauthorized movement between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Hermes' role as psychopomp represented one of his most ancient and important functions, predating his later association with commerce, communication, and trickery. As guide of souls from the world of the living to the underworld, he served as a crucial link between different realms of existence and ensured that the transition from life to death occurred according to proper procedures. His authority in this role was absolute, and even other gods respected his right to conduct souls to their final destination without interference. The messenger god's appearance when performing psychopomp duties differed from his manifestation in other roles, emphasizing solemnity and spiritual authority rather than the playful cunning he displayed in commercial or diplomatic contexts. His caduceus became a staff of office that could open pathways between worlds and provide protection for souls during their journey. His winged sandals allowed him to travel at supernatural speeds while carrying multiple souls, and his traveller's hat provided concealment from forces that might attempt to interfere with his sacred duty. Hermes' relationship with the underworld's permanent residents was characterized by mutual respect and professional cooperation. His regular visits to deliver souls created opportunities for communication between the realm of the dead and the world above, making him a valuable source of information about conditions in both domains. His diplomatic skills were often called upon to resolve conflicts between underworld authorities and other gods who had interest in particular souls or situations. The countless minor spirits and demons that inhabited the underworld performed essential functions that kept the realm operating smoothly, despite the enormous scale of its operations. These beings included former mortals who had been granted divine status in recognition of their exceptional service, primordial spirits who had existed since the realm's creation, and specialized entities created specifically to handle particular aspects of underworld administration. Their combined efforts created a comprehensive support system that allowed the major deities to focus on policy and judicial matters, while ensuring that practical operations continued without interruption. The organization of these minor spirits reflected the hierarchical nature of underworld governance, with senior spirits supervising groups of subordinates who handled specific tasks or geographic regions. This system created opportunities for advancement based on merit and experience, encouraging dedication and competence among the underworld's supernatural workforce. The diversity of backgrounds and specializations among these spirits ensured that the realm could adapt to changing circumstances and handle unusual situations that fell outside normal administrative procedures. The sophisticated underworld infrastructure and judicial systems established by Hades and his divine administrators created a foundation that would profoundly influence how mortals understood death and the afterlife. However, the evolution of Greek beliefs about post-mortem existence extended far beyond the mythological narratives of gods and heroes to encompass revolutionary religious movements that promised ordinary individuals the possibility of blessed afterlife through initiation into sacred mysteries. These mystery religions fundamentally transformed Greek attitudes toward death, offering hope where earlier traditions had provided only resignation to a shadowy existence in the asphodel meadows. The Eleusinian mysteries represented the most influential and enduring of these transformative religious traditions, establishing practices and beliefs that would shape Mediterranean spirituality for over 1,000 years. Located approximately 40 miles northwest of Athens in the fertile plain of Eleusis, the sanctuary complex grew from humble agricultural origins into the most prestigious religious center in the Greek world. The mysteries drew their power from the mythological narrative of Demeter's search for Persephone, but they transformed this story from simple seasonal explanation into profound spiritual teaching about death, rebirth, and the possibility of eternal happiness. The physical layout of the Eleusinian sanctuary reflected the mystery's emphasis on gradual revelation and spiritual transformation through carefully orchestrated ritual experiences. The complex consisted of multiple structures built over centuries, each serving specific functions in the elaborate initiation process that could span several years for dedicated participants. The most significant building was the Telesterion, a massive hall capable of accommodating thousands of initiates during the culminating ceremonies that revealed the mystery's most sacred secrets. The Telesterion's architecture was specifically designed to facilitate the dramatic revelations that formed the climax of Eleusinian initiation. The rectangular hall measured approximately 170 by 170 feet, with step seating arranged around a central area where the most sacred rituals were performed. 8 rows of columns supported a roof that could be partially opened to allow natural light to illuminate specific moments in the ceremonies, while underground chambers provided spaces for preparatory rituals and the storage of sacred objects. The building's acoustics were carefully engineered to ensure that whispered words could be heard throughout the hall while maintaining the intimate atmosphere essential for spiritual transformation. The initiation process at Eleusis involved two distinct levels of participation, reflecting the mystery's understanding that spiritual development required gradual preparation and deepening commitment. The lesser mysteries, held annually in the spring month of Anthesterion, served as preliminary initiation that prepared candidates for eventual participation in the greater mysteries. These preparatory ceremonies focused on purification rituals, basic instruction in the mythological foundations of the mysteries, and psychological preparation for the more intense experiences that awaited advanced initiates. The Greater Mysteries, celebrated each autumn during the month of Boedromion, represented the culmination of Eleusinian religious experience and the source of the tradition's transformative power. The ceremonies began in Athens with elaborate processions that recreated Demeter's journey in search of her daughter, allowing initiates to participate symbolically in the goddess's experiences of loss, searching, and eventual reunion. The procession covered the sacred way between Athens and Eleusis, with specific stopping points where ritual activities reinforced the mystery's central themes. The demographic composition of Eleusinian initiates reflected the mystery's unique position as a religious tradition that transcended normal social boundaries while maintaining strict requirements for participation. Unlike most Greek religious practices, which were limited to specific cities, social classes, or gender groups, the Eleusinian mysteries welcomed participants from throughout the Mediterranean world regardless of their geographic origin or social status. Slaves could be initiated alongside their masters, women participated equally with men, and foreigners received the same spiritual benefits as native Greeks. However, this inclusiveness was balanced by absolute requirements for moral purity and psychological readiness that excluded certain categories of potential initiates. Individuals who had committed murder, regardless of the circumstances or legal justification, were permanently barred from participation. Those who had violated sacred laws or shown disrespect for divine authority faced similar exclusion. The mysteries also required that initiates be able to understand Greek, as the sacred formulas and revelations could not be translated into other languages without losing their spiritual efficacy. The preparatory period leading up to initiation involved extensive purification rituals designed to cleanse participants of spiritual contamination that might interfere with their ability to receive divine revelation. These purifications included ritual bathing in the sea, fasting that eliminated physical impurities, and confession of past wrongdoings that cleared psychological obstacles to spiritual growth. The process was supervised by experienced initiates who could recognize signs of readiness and provide guidance for overcoming specific spiritual challenges. The actual content of the Greater Mysteries remained one of antiquity's most closely guarded secrets, protected by religious oaths that were considered binding even unto death. Ancient sources provide only fragmentary hints about what initiates experienced during the culminating ceremonies, but these glimpses suggest a carefully orchestrated sequence of dramatic revelations that transformed participants' understanding of death and the afterlife. The secrecy was not merely traditional, but reflected genuine belief that premature exposure to the mystery's revelations could cause psychological harm to unprepared individuals. Archaeological evidence and scattered literary references suggest that the central revelation involved the display of sacred objects that symbolically represented the cycle of death and rebirth central to agricultural life. These objects, known as the Hiera, were kept in the innermost sanctuary and revealed only during the climactic moments of initiation. The display was accompanied by sacred formulas spoken by the Hierophant, the chief priest who served as Demeter's representative and whose voice was believed to carry divine authority. The psychological impact of Eleusinian initiation was profound and lasting, creating changes in participants' attitudes toward death that distinguished them clearly from uninitiated Greeks. The traditional Greek religion offered only vague hope for the shadowy existence in the underworld, the Mysteries promised initiates a blessed afterlife that would compensate for mortal sufferings and provide eternal happiness. This promise was not conditional on heroic achievement or divine favoritism, but was available to all who successfully completed the initiation process and maintained their spiritual commitments. The transformation of initiates' death-related anxieties had significant social and cultural implications that extended far beyond individual spiritual comfort. Eleusinian initiates demonstrated reduced fear of death in both military and civilian contexts, contributing to the development of philosophical attitudes that would later influence Stoicism and other schools of thought. The Mysteries also created networks of spiritual kinship that transcended normal social boundaries, as initiates shared bonds based on common religious experience rather than family, city, or economic status. The political influence of the Eleusinian Mysteries grew steadily, as prominent leaders throughout the Greek world sought initiation to demonstrate their piety and gain access to the spiritual benefits the tradition offered. Athenian politicians found that Eleusinian initiation enhanced their credibility with voters who valued religious devotion, while foreign rulers sought the Mysteries' blessing to legitimize their authority and demonstrate their commitment to Greek cultural values. This political dimension helped protect the Mysteries from persecution, while also ensuring continued financial support of the sanctuary's operations. The Mysteries' promise of blessed afterlife was based on theological principles that differed significantly from mainstream Greek religious thought. Where traditional mythology emphasized the arbitrary nature of divine favor and the importance of heroic achievement in determining afterlife status, Eleusinian teaching suggested that spiritual transformation through proper initiation could guarantee eternal happiness regardless of worldly accomplishments. This democratization of afterlife hopes represented a revolutionary development in ancient religious thought. The specific nature of the blessed afterlife promised to initiates remained deliberately vague in public discussions, but private sources suggest it involved reunion with deceased loved ones, freedom from physical suffering, and participation in eternal festivities that celebrated the triumph of life over death. These promises drew upon agricultural metaphors that compared human death to seed burial and resurrection to plant growth, creating powerful symbolic connections between natural cycles and spiritual transformation. Orphic religious traditions developed parallel to the Eleusinian Mysteries, but emphasized different aspects of afterlife preparation and spiritual development. Named after the legendary musician whose catabasis had demonstrated the power of divine art over death itself, Orphism attracted followers who sought more individualized approaches to spiritual development than the communal ceremonies of Eleusis could provide. Orphic teachings focus particularly on the soul's journey through multiple incarnations and the possibility of eventually escaping the cycle of death and rebirth through accumulated wisdom and moral purification. The mythological foundations of Orphism drew upon the story of Orpheus's dismemberment by Thracian women, whose jealousy of his devotion to the memory of Eurydice had driven them to tear him apart during frenzied religious celebrations. According to Orphic teaching, the musician's death had transformed him into a divine guide who could help other souls navigate the challenges of death and rebirth. His severed head, which continued singing even after separation from his body, became a symbol of the soul's immortality and its ability to transcend physical destruction. Orphic cosmology presented a complex understanding of the soul's nature that distinguished between its divine essence and the physical contamination acquired through embodiment in mortal flesh. According to this teaching, souls were originally divine beings who had fallen from their celestial home through some primordial transgression, becoming trapped in cycles of reincarnation that could only be broken through proper knowledge and ritual purification. This cosmological framework provided theological justification for elaborate purification practices and detailed instructions for navigating the underworld after death. The Orphic understanding of reincarnation differed significantly from later Buddhist or Hindu concepts by emphasizing the soul's gradual purification through successive lifetimes, rather than the accumulation of karma through moral actions. Orphic texts described specific procedures that souls needed to follow during their journey through the underworld to avoid drinking from the river Lethe, which would erase their memories and force them to begin the purification process anew. Instead, properly prepared souls would drink from the spring of memory, allowing them to retain knowledge gained in previous incarnations. The practical implications of Orphic belief involved elaborate ritual practices designed to prepare souls for their post-mortem journey, while also purifying them from the contamination of physical existence. These practices included dietary restrictions that avoided foods associated with death and decay, purification ceremonies that used water, fire, and sacred formulas to cleanse spiritual impurities, and the study of sacred texts that provided detailed maps of the underworld and instructions for navigating its various regions. Orphic gold tablets, discovered in graves throughout the ancient Mediterranean world, provide the most direct evidence for the practical application of these beliefs. These thin sheets of gold bore inscribed instructions that deceased souls could use to navigate the underworld successfully, including passwords for gaining access to restricted areas, directions for finding the spring of memory, and formulas for identifying themselves to underworld authorities as properly initiated Orphics. The tablet's placement in graves demonstrated their owners' belief that physical death was merely a transition requiring proper preparation rather than an ending that terminated consciousness. The social organization of Orphic communities differed markedly from the centralized structure of Eleusinian worship, emphasizing small groups of dedicated practitioners who studied sacred texts and practiced purification rituals under the guidance of experienced teachers. These communities often attracted intellectuals and philosophers who were drawn to Orphism's sophisticated theological framework and its promise of ultimate liberation from the constraints of physical existence. The tradition's emphasis on individual spiritual development rather than communal celebration made it particularly appealing to those who preferred private religious practice. The Orphic conception of divine justice operated according to principles that were more systematic and predictable than traditional Greek understanding of divine punishment and reward. Rather than arbitrary divine favor determining afterlife status, Orphic teaching suggested that souls' experiences after death reflected their level of spiritual development and ritual preparation. This created a more rational framework for understanding suffering and injustice in the world, as temporary hardships could be understood as part of a larger purification process leading ultimately to divine reunion. The influence of Orphic ideas extended far beyond dedicated practitioners to affect broader Greek philosophical and religious thought. Plato incorporated Orphic concepts of soul purification and reincarnation into his philosophical system, while later Neoplatonic philosophers found in Orphism a sophisticated theological framework that could support their metaphysical speculations. The tradition's emphasis on written revelation and textual authority also influenced the development of other mystery religions and contributed to changing attitudes toward religious authority and scriptural interpretation. Dionysiac mysteries represented a third major stream of transformative religious experience that promised initiates spiritual transformation through union with the divine rather than blessed afterlife or escape from reincarnation. The god Dionysus embodied the principle of divine madness that could temporarily dissolve the boundaries between mortal and divine consciousness, allowing participants in his mysteries to experience direct contact with supernatural power. These experiences were understood as foretastes of the complete divine union that awaited souls after death, providing both spiritual comfort and practical preparation for post-mortem existence. The mythological basis for Dionysiac mysteries drew upon the god's own experiences of death and resurrection, which demonstrated the possibility of transcending mortality through divine power. Dionysus had been killed and dismembered by the Titans during his infancy, but Zeus had rescued his heart and used it to create a new body for his son. This resurrection established Dionysus as a god who had personally experienced death and overcome it, making him uniquely qualified to guide mortals through similar transformations. The ritual practices associated with Dionysiac mysteries involved controlled experiences of divine possession that allowed participants to transcend normal consciousness and experience temporary union with divine power. These experiences were facilitated through wine consumption, rhythmic music and dancing, and dramatic reenactments of mythological narratives that encouraged participants to identify with divine characters. The goal was not mere entertainment, but genuine spiritual transformation that would permanently alter participants' understanding of their relationship to divine power. The social dynamics of Dionysiac celebrations reflected the god's role as a liberator who dissolved conventional social boundaries and hierarchies. During ritual celebrations, normal distinctions between social classes, genders, and ages were temporarily suspended, allowing participants to experience forms of equality and freedom that were impossible in ordinary social life. This temporary liberation was understood as a preview of the complete freedom from worldly constraints that awaited souls after death. The evolution of Greek afterlife concepts from the Homeric period through the development of mystery religions demonstrates a gradual shift from pessimistic resignation to hopeful anticipation that fundamentally altered how Greeks understood death and its relationship to meaningful existence. Homer's Odyssey had presented the underworld as a place of shadows and regret, where even the greatest heroes longed to return to life despite their posthumous fame. Achilles' famous declaration that he would rather be a living slave than a dead king captured the essential hopelessness of early Greek attitudes toward death. The development of more complex underworld geography and judicial systems in later mythological traditions began to address some of these concerns by providing frameworks for understanding how moral behavior during life might influence afterlife experience. The establishment of Elysium as a paradise for heroes and virtuous individuals suggested that death need not be universally dreaded, while the punishments of Tartarus demonstrated that justice could extend beyond mortal life. However, these developments still limited blessed afterlife to exceptional individuals rather than making it available to ordinary mortals. The mystery religion's revolutionary contribution was their democratization of afterlife hopes, making blessed post-mortem existence available to anyone willing to undergo proper initiation and maintain appropriate spiritual discipline. This transformation reflected broader social and intellectual developments in the Greek world, including increased literacy that made religious texts accessible to wider audiences, expanded trade networks that facilitated the spread of new ideas, and growing philosophical sophistication that demanded more rational approaches to religious questions. The cumulative impact of these religious innovations created a Mediterranean world where death was understood not as an ending, but as a transition that could lead to experiences far superior to mortal existence. This fundamental shift in death-related attitudes had profound implications for how individuals approach their lives, their relationships with others, and their understanding of moral responsibility. The promise of blessed afterlife provided motivation for ethical behavior while also offering comfort in times of loss and suffering. The profound transformation of Greek attitudes toward death and the afterlife through mystery religions created a foundation that would resonate throughout Western civilization for millennia. The sophisticated theological concepts developed at Eleusis in Orphic communities and through Dionysiac mysteries provided frameworks for understanding death, judgment, and eternal existence that would prove remarkably adaptable to changing cultural and religious contexts. As Greek political power waned and Roman influence expanded throughout the Mediterranean world, these underworld concepts underwent systematic reinterpretation that would establish their enduring significance in Western thought. The Roman absorption of Greek underworld mythology represented far more than simple cultural borrowing, involving sophisticated theological synthesis that adapted Greek concepts to Roman religious sensibilities and political needs. Roman religious thought had traditionally emphasized practical relationships with divine powers rather than elaborate mythological narratives, focusing on contractual arrangements where proper ritual observance guaranteed divine favor. The incorporation of Greek underworld concepts required careful integration with these existing Roman approaches to divine-human relationships. The transformation of Hades into Pluto represented the most significant example of this Roman reinterpretation process. While Greeks had understood Hades primarily as the stern judge and administrator of divine justice in the underworld, Romans emphasized his role as Pluton, the god of wealth and abundance who controlled the earth's mineral riches. This shift reflected Roman pragmatic concerns with economic prosperity and imperial expansion, as Pluto's favor could ensure the discovery of gold mines, successful agricultural harvests, and the material abundance that sustained Roman power. Roman artistic representations of Pluto demonstrated this transformed emphasis through iconographic elements that stressed wealth and abundance rather than death and judgment. Sculptural depictions showed the god holding cornucopias overflowing with precious metals and gems, while temple decorations incorporated motifs celebrating agricultural fertility and mineral wealth. The stern judicial aspects of the Greek Hades were not eliminated, but were subordinated to more optimistic themes that aligned with Roman confidence in their imperial destiny. The Roman goddess Proserpina underwent similar transformation from her Greek counterpart Persephone, though the changes were more subtle and focused on her role in agricultural cycles rather than underworld governance. Roman religious practice emphasized the practical aspects of seasonal change and crop production, making Proserpina's annual journey between worlds primarily significant for its agricultural implications rather than its theological meaning regarding death and rebirth. This practical focus reflected Roman religious priorities that valued divine assistance, with immediate concerns over abstract spiritual speculation. Dispater emerged as an additional Roman interpretation of underworld authority that emphasized the god's role as father and protector rather than judge and punisher. This paternal characterization reflected Roman social values that stressed family authority and protective responsibility, making the ruler of the dead a figure who cared for souls under his authority, rather than simply administering justice according to abstract principles. The concept of dispater influenced Roman funeral practices and memorial customs that emphasized ongoing relationships between the living and the dead. Roman legal concepts influenced how underworld justice was understood and portrayed in literature and popular culture. The Roman emphasis on written law, legal procedure, and systematic jurisprudence created frameworks for understanding divine justice that were more detailed and predictable than earlier Greek approaches. Roman authors described underworld courts that operated according to recognizable legal principles, with formal charges, evidence presentation, and appeals processes that mirrored earthly judicial systems. The development of Roman mystery religions drew heavily upon Greek precedents, while adapting them to Roman social structures and religious needs. The mysteries of Mithras, which became particularly popular among Roman soldiers, incorporated underworld imagery and concepts of posthumous judgment, while emphasizing themes of military valor and imperial loyalty. Mithraic initiation ceremonies included symbolic journeys through underworld regions that tested candidates' courage and commitment to Roman military values. The Bacchanalian mysteries represented Roman adaptation of Dionysiac traditions, though political concerns about secret societies and potential subversion led to periodic government suppression of these practices. The Roman Senate's investigation of Bacchanalian activities in 186 BC demonstrated how underworld-related religious practices could become entangled with political controversies, as authorities feared that secret initiation ceremonies might facilitate conspiracy against state authority. Roman imperial cult practices incorporated underworld concepts through the deification of deceased emperors, who were understood to have joined the ranks of divine beings who governed posthumous existence. This development created new categories of divine authority that bridged the gap between mortal achievement and divine power, suggesting that exceptional individuals could influence underworld operations through their posthumous divine status. Imperial apotheosis ceremonies included ritual elements that symbolically guided the deceased emperor's soul through underworld regions to its final divine destination. The emergence of Christianity within the Roman Empire created unprecedented challenges for traditional underworld concepts, as Christian theology offered radically different approaches to death, judgment, and eternal existence. Early Christian thinkers faced the complex task of articulating their distinctive beliefs about the afterlife, while addressing audiences familiar with Greek and Roman underworld traditions. This theological challenge led to sophisticated synthesis that incorporated familiar imagery while transforming its underlying meaning. Christian concepts of hell drew selectively upon Greek underworld geography and punishment traditions, while introducing new theological principles that fundamentally altered their significance. The Christian hell was understood as eternal punishment for moral failure, rather than a neutral destination for all souls, creating sharper distinctions between salvation and damnation than existed in earlier traditions. However, Christian descriptions of hell incorporated familiar elements such as rivers of fire, regions of darkness, and specialized punishments that resonated with audiences familiar with Tartarus and its torments. The development of purgatory as an intermediate state between earthly death and final judgment represented Christian theological innovation that drew upon earlier concepts of posthumous purification found in Orphic and other mystery traditions. Purgatory provided a framework for understanding how souls could undergo moral improvement after death, addressing theological problems about divine justice and mercy that had challenged earlier Christian thinkers. The concept's development involved careful integration of biblical authority with philosophical reasoning that drew upon classical precedents. Christian artistic traditions incorporated extensive underworld imagery while transforming its meaning to support Christian theological teaching. Medieval artists depicted hell using visual elements derived from classical descriptions of Tartarus, including rivers of fire, monstrous guardians, and elaborate punishment mechanisms. However, these familiar images were recontextualized to illustrate Christian doctrines about sin, redemption, and divine justice, rather than the more neutral concepts of posthumous existence found in earlier traditions. The Christian understanding of divine judgment incorporated procedural elements from Roman legal tradition while emphasizing personal moral accountability in ways that differed from earlier concepts of fate and divine arbitrariness. Christian theology presented posthumous judgment as systematic evaluation of individual moral choices rather than arbitrary divine decision-making, creating frameworks for understanding divine justice that were both more predictable and more personally demanding than earlier traditions. Monastic traditions developed sophisticated approaches to preparing for death and judgment that drew upon classical philosophical traditions while adapting them to Christian theological principles. Monastic practices of self-examination, confession, and spiritual discipline incorporated elements from Orphic purification traditions and Stoic moral philosophy, while directing them toward Christian goals of salvation and divine union. These practices created new forms of death preparation that influenced broader Christian culture for centuries. The Renaissance period witnessed renewed interest in classical underworld traditions through humanist scholarship that sought to recover and reinterpret ancient texts and artistic traditions. Renaissance artists and writers found in classical underworld imagery powerful metaphors for exploring human psychology, moral development, and artistic creativity that could complement rather than compete with Christian theological frameworks. Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy represented the most influential Renaissance synthesis of classical underworld traditions with Christian theology, creating a comprehensive vision of posthumous existence that incorporated elements from multiple sources while maintaining theological coherence. Dante's Inferno drew extensively upon classical descriptions of underworld geography, punishment traditions, and mythological figures while adapting them to support Christian teaching about sin and redemption. The poet's journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise provided a framework for understanding spiritual development that combined classical philosophical concepts with Christian mystical traditions. Dante's portrayal of classical figures in Christian contexts demonstrated how Renaissance thinkers understood the relationship between pagan wisdom and Christian revelation. Characters such as Virgil, who serves as Dante's guide through hell and purgatory, represent the partial truth available through human reason and classical learning, while Christian revelation provides the complete understanding necessary for salvation. This framework allowed Renaissance culture to appreciate classical achievements while maintaining Christian theological commitments. The architectural program of Renaissance churches incorporated classical underworld imagery in ways that supported Christian teaching while demonstrating cultural sophistication and artistic achievement. Michelangelo's Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel combined classical artistic techniques with Christian theological content, depicting Christ as judge in ways that recalled both classical divine authority and Christian concepts of redemption. The work's integration of classical and Christian elements reflected broader Renaissance approaches to cultural synthesis. Renaissance literature explored underworld themes through works that combined classical literary techniques with contemporary concerns about death, judgment, and moral development. Writers such as Edmund Spenser incorporated allegorical underworld journeys into epic poems that addressed both personal spiritual development and broader cultural questions about virtue, authority, and social order. These works demonstrated how classical underworld traditions could provide frameworks for exploring contemporary moral and political issues. The development of Renaissance humanism created new approaches to death and afterlife that emphasized human dignity and moral responsibility while maintaining connections to both classical and Christian traditions. Humanist philosophers such as Marsilio Ficino developed sophisticated theories about soul immortality that drew upon Platonic and Orphic concepts while adapting them to Christian theological frameworks. These theories influenced both scholarly discourse and popular culture, creating new ways of understanding the relationship between earthly achievement and posthumous existence. The Protestant Reformation challenged many traditional Christian approaches to death and afterlife, while creating opportunities for renewed engagement with classical concepts and imagery. Protestant rejection of purgatory eliminated one major synthesis between classical and Christian traditions, but Protestant emphasis on individual moral responsibility and direct relationship with divine authority created new contexts for appreciating classical philosophical approaches to death preparation and moral development. The Enlightenment period brought systematic critical analysis to traditional underworld concepts while creating new frameworks for understanding death and its relationship to human meaning and social organization. Enlightenment philosophers such as Voltaire and David Hume subjected traditional religious claims about afterlife to rigorous rational analysis, often finding them lacking in empirical support or logical coherence. However, these same philosophers recognized the cultural and psychological significance of underworld traditions and sought to understand their continuing influence on human behavior and social organization. The development of modern psychology created new frameworks for understanding the psychological functions served by underworld imagery and afterlife beliefs. Psychologists such as Carl Jung identified archetypal patterns in underworld mythology that reflected universal aspects of human psychological development, particularly the process of confronting mortality and integrating unconscious material into conscious awareness. Jungian analysis of descent narratives reveal their significance as metaphors for psychological transformation and personal growth. Modern literary traditions have continued to draw upon classical underworld concepts while adapting them to contemporary concerns and artistic techniques. Writers such as James Joyce incorporated underworld imagery and descent narratives into modernist literary works that explored consciousness, memory, and the relationship between individual experience and cultural tradition. These works demonstrated the continuing relevance of classical underworld concepts for understanding human psychology and social experience. Contemporary fantasy literature and popular culture have created new interpretations of underworld themes that combine classical elements with modern concerns about technology, environmental destruction, and social justice. Authors such as Neil Gaiman and Rick Riordan have introduced classical underworld figures and concepts to new audiences while adapting them to address contemporary moral and social issues. These works demonstrate the continuing vitality of classical underworld traditions and their capacity for creative reinterpretation. The psychological significance of underworld imagery in contemporary culture reflects its continuing power as a metaphor for confronting mortality, processing trauma, and achieving personal transformation. Therapeutic approaches that incorporate mythological imagery often draw upon descent narratives as frameworks for understanding psychological healing and personal growth. The underworld journey serves as a powerful metaphor for the process of confronting difficult truths, integrating painful experiences, and emerging with new understanding and capability. Modern archaeological discoveries have provided new insights into ancient underworld practices and beliefs while confirming the historical significance of mystery religions and their influence on later cultural developments. Excavations at sites such as Eleusis have revealed the physical infrastructure that supported ancient mystery celebrations, while discoveries of Orphic gold tablets have provided direct evidence for ancient afterlife beliefs and practices. These discoveries have enhanced scholarly understanding of how ancient underworld concepts developed and spread throughout the Mediterranean world. The study of comparative mythology has revealed striking similarities between Greek underworld concepts and traditions from other cultures, suggesting universal human concerns about death and afterlife that transcend specific cultural boundaries. Cross-cultural analysis of descent narratives, posthumous judgment traditions, and afterlife geography has identified common patterns that reflect shared human experiences of loss, moral development, and the search for meaning in the face of mortality. The enduring influence of Greek underworld concepts on Western culture demonstrates their fundamental significance for understanding human experience and cultural development. From Roman adaptations through Christian synthesis to Renaissance humanism and modern psychology, these ancient traditions have provided frameworks for exploring questions about death, justice, and the meaning of human existence that remain relevant to contemporary concerns. The sophisticated theological, philosophical, and artistic achievements of ancient Greek underworld traditions continue to enrich Western culture while providing resources for addressing the universal human challenges of mortality, moral development, and the search for transcendent meaning. The Greek underworld's legacy extends far beyond academic study or artistic inspiration to encompass fundamental aspects of how Western civilization understands justice, moral responsibility, and the relationship between individual choices and ultimate meaning. The concepts of posthumous judgment, moral accountability, and the possibility of transcending mortality through spiritual development that emerged from ancient Greek underworld traditions continue to influence legal systems, educational approaches, and personal ethical frameworks throughout the Western world. This enduring significance reflects the profound insight of ancient Greek thinkers who recognized that understanding death and its implications was essential for comprehending the full meaning of human existence and the proper conduct of mortal life. The collapse of Roman authority in Britain around 410 AD left behind a power vacuum that fundamentally reshaped the political landscape of what would eventually